I suggest you go to the Federal Election Committee, the FEC. They have a database where you can look at every single campaign dollars and the addresses from Americans, because they're only allowed to take money from Americans, okay? And you will see they're only Americans giving someplace $36, someplace $2,000, someplace $1,500, someplace less. You'll see it's a list of just Americans. It's not like, Yeshua ben so-and-so from Israel. No, those names don't exist because it's an American lobbying group.
But if Yeshua so-and-so from Brooklyn wants to give money, he's allowed to.
Sure, because he's an American.
Exactly. It doesn't mean there's like some grand conspiracy. Just because an American wants to give money to an American, there's nothing wrong.
Israel is not even.
And guess what? Like the chemical industry.
Israel is not. Hang on a second. Israel is not even in the top 10 donors.
Yeah, there's so many chemical industry, big pharma, big this.
Joe DuPont giving money to the American government. How come you don't talk about him?
Yeah. There's I think they gave a total of $390 million or $470, some insignificant amount compared to all of the other farm.
Yeah,
all the other lobbying.
Talk about him.
Is that El Normo? Are you the one who defending Epstein? You don't think he's a pedophile? Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
You don't think. So you think he's a pedophile, right?
He's a horrible, disgusting, twisted, manipulative criminal.
The only thing maybe anybody could say is he needs due process rights. That's about it, right?
Well, he's dead. He doesn't get due process.
Well, he already
lost due process the first time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, guys, don't call me anti-Semitic and that bullshit, okay? Can I ask you a
well,
question?
you're on the trajectory to be anti-Semitic.
Anyway, why most of the pedophiles are Jews? Like, what's the secret?
Whoa.
Okay, show me. Hold on. Stop. Show me statistical data that shows per 10,000 population or per 1,000 population, pedophiles have a higher incident rates of pedophilia than non-Jewish pedophiles. Show me that data, and then we can have a discussion. Because guess what, Bob? It doesn't exist.
In Iraq, the age to marry is 9 years old. So is it pedophilia when it's legal? If it's not against the law to marry a 9-year-old, can you really call it pedophilia? It's their culture. And I think it's wrong of you to judge their culture by our standards. If it's normal for a Muslim to marry a 9-year-old, it's wrong of you to judge them.
Didn't with all due respect, Ray, didn't he marry a 6-year-old?
Listen, you're using Western values to judge people, okay? And that's wrong.
Even amongst good point, Randy, but even amongst Western countries, Joe, show me the date, because you made this point that why are all pedophiles, what was your claim? Why are all pedophiles Jewish?
He doesn't know. He has no data
to be with which to have. Okay, forget the Muslim versus forget the underage. Just use Western democracies, Western governments where the age of consent is 17 or 18, whatever it is, and show me that there are more Jews doing this perverse act than non-Jews. When you have that data, come back and let's have
Someone sent me a back channel asking about all the priests that fooled around with boys. And again, I don't think it's fair to judge priests by Jewish standards. That's their culture. And the point is we have to take each culture on its own and not judge it by the culture of other people. That's it.
Any response, Joe?
I think a lot of Arabian countries have ages of consent that are around 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, but the issue comes from
it's a teenager. 12 is a teenager.
The difference becomes reporting these kind of crimes. Like some people say, well, why is the infant mortality rate greater in Israel than in surrounding Arab countries? Why is it so high? Yeah, it isn't because the reporting standards in the surrounding countries are so poor that if they had the same kind of reporting levels, it would be.
What does that have to do with the age of consent?
But they're
No, I'm just saying that data is based on how you
We were
report.
talking about the age of.
I understand. You just brought up something that's based on reporting. So if
I brought up the age of consent.
correct, so rape and other things requires
I'm talking about rape. I'm talking about marriage.
marriage, rape, anything that
Marriage is
requires
different than rape, as far as I know.
Of course, but anything that requires validation of data to say something happened.
About the law, not data.
That's right. That's true.
I can't explain it a fourth time.
Why did they lower the marriage age to 9 in Iraq? Does that make them a nation of pedophiles? That was
No. Well, again, you're using American standards. A 9-year-old, first of all, Iraqi 9-year-old girls are very mature. Okay, much more mature than Americans.
I wouldn't say that, no, Randy.
No?
Well, we liberated
No,
Iraq.
but really quick, 2 seconds, Aziz.
We liberated Iraq, remember?
Norm, so I read in the New York Post that in Afghanistan, they passed a law that men are allowed to beat their women again. Did you read about that?
Yeah. And you know what? The women are going to listen a lot more now.
No, that's not funny. That's not funny.
As long as they're chicks, though, it doesn't matter, right?
Dude,
wait,
I don't even know what does that word mean?
That's not nice.
Don't worry, Randy. You'll find out. You'll find out, Randy.
Yeah, when I go to Iraq, I'll find out.
When your daughter enters Israel, you'll find out.
When I go to, I've been in Israel many times. It's a beautiful place. Do you know that a quarter of all the doctors in Israel are Palestinian? How could it be apartheid when a quarter of the doctors are Palestinian? You know how many doctors there are in Iran, Jewish doctors there are in Iran and the whole Arab world? Under 10. Okay? So who's the apartheid country? You tell me.
the ones that consider non-Muslims dhimmis or second class. The ones that expelled all the Jews and committed ethnic cleansing. The ones that ethnic cleansing.
What about the ones that say convert or die? Those?
Yeah, so that's how, that's the whole Middle East. But you know what I said to my Palestinian doctor? Well, I said, doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case. I'm loving you.
Damn.
No pill gonna cure my ill. I got a bad case of loving you.
Who sings that?
Robert Palmer. I forgot who wrote it originally, but yeah, I'm singing it now. You know, I'll take all the emojis I can get. I'm trying to get into the 1%, please. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Unfortunately, I can't react to myself. If I could, I'd be in the top 1%.
I mean, you live in the Upper West Side, so.
Well, I said doctor, not doctor.
I'm sorry.
I didn't say doxer, you little maniac, you. You little Jersey maniac whose brother pays $40,000 in taxes.
What? Doc?
You have 5 brothers, don't you? You have 5 brothers, remember? I mean, Dox is right, baby. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
I was paying you a compliment then.
Yeah, I'm paying you a lot of compliments. Okay? I'm gonna dox you, dude. I'm really gonna dox you.
You know, Norm, for the record, I invited Randy a couple times.
Oh my God.
But he never
how many times are you gonna say this? You know, 1 to 2 times invite.
I just want to witness.
Even the train stops once in a while, David. I mean, the ASPCA called. They got to report someone's beating a dead horse. Please, brother. Oh, that was a good one, Randy.
Lord Kitover, I like your campaign videos, by the way. He's from Chicago. We got to get a beer in Lakeview, right?
Joe's been awfully quiet. We silenced him.
Joe's booking a flight to Iraq right now. He wants some of that 9-year-old.
Once you told him about the 9-year-olds, he's like, oh my God.
He's on his way there, dude. He's like, 9-year-olds, look at me, here I come.
He's booking a seat on the Lolita
Yeah, baby, I don't blame him, man. You know, it's a good thing about the 9-year-old.
You have to be a Muslim male to do that? I think you have to be a Muslim male. He's going to have to
Hopefully they're virgins, these 9-year-olds. That's all I want to say.
Hopefully they're female too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Is there anything wrong with that?
if your dad, if the only person you've had sex with is your dad, are you still a virgin, kind of, technically?
Randy, come on. We gotta stop.
I'm sorry. It's good to see all you guys, okay? I don't care what you say, I like you guys.
Yeah,
right?
we get it. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, you know what? You know, the Chicago accent and the Buffalo accent are the same. Have you
No,
ever
they're
noticed
not.
that?
Are you
Yes,
nuts?
they are.
Oh my God, you have officially lost
I was
it.
trying to dig it into it. I was trying to do a hard Chicago accent.
No.
I
Buffalo,
know a guy from
Buffalo.
Buffalo. He sounds just like he's from Chicago. I said, you sound like you're from Chicago. He said, yeah, I do. I
You're
mean,
from Chicago.
yeah.
I love
They
this
say
place.
Chicago.
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 It's with the, so they do the with the A, you know, the you know. Chicago. I don't know. Chicago. There's like 3 A's in it. Chicago. Like instead of you guys say tree, or in New York they say. If somebody.
Wait, how do you say the thing on the top of your house?
Roof or roof? Is it roof or roof?
Roof.
Roof. Where do they say roof? I've heard of that once. I was like, what?
Or rough or whatever the fuck.
I guess a Midwest someplace. Excuse me.
It depends. Like, there's people that in St. Louis that have southern accents, and they claim to be Midwest. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Get anyway.
The weirdest accent I will hear is some of the people from Louisiana. They can actually be hard to understand.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
yeah,
what?
but
Joe, do you want to live in Palestine? I hope you're not gay.
What's with the Palestinian flag over there?
I don't know. I hope he's not gay. They throw you off a 10-story building. But wait, there are no 10-story buildings.
Yeah, well.
They didn't pass the building codes.
Yeah.
Well, they had to make room for progress, you know? Is this guy serious? Does you know this person? Free America?
He's just full of like one-line, insults.
Oh, but like he doesn't have an actual game plan on how to do so.
How can you occupy something that's never been a state? That doesn't make any sense.
He probably doesn't even know that Jordan occupied the West Bank before Israel.
Did this guy ever talk, or he was
He was talking. He was just babbling away.
Listen,
most of the 30 seconds to say something before he's removed.
If it was never a state, then that applies to Jordan as well. So.
let me be clear. Most of the so-called Palestinian Arabs are migrant Arabs who came to the area from other countries because of opportunities created by the Jewish settlements. Israel drained the swamps, turned the deserts into farmland. It wasn't farmland before. So these are people who came the same time as the Jews. If you look at the population growth, the Palestinian Arab population growth basically tracks the Jewish growth. More Jews came, they needed more laborers, more Arabs came for opportunities. It's not like there was some big Palestinian society with a king or a...
They outnumbered you guys by quite a bit. I mean, right before...
At what point? When did they outnumber?
In the late 1940s.
No, they didn't. That's just... You're statistically wrong.
Let me look it up.
You're statistically wrong. They
If
did
you
not outnumber.
like before the...
What is the late 1940s? What year are you talking
I'll
about?
say 1947.
Okay,
Right.
by the way,
Hold on. Wait, stop. Stop.
850,000
What's the claim?
Jews were
What
kicked out
is
of
the
Arab
claim? What is the claim?
Europe, they had to go somewhere.
What is the claim?
850,000 Jews were kicked out of Arab countries. Iraq, Iran, Algeria, Yemen, Syria, they were sitting there forever. They were kicked out. Well, you picked a random time.
How much did they outnumber you guys?
Why don't you go to 1949?
What's the claim?
Oh, that the Arabs that were living in Palestine what is today Israel, they grossly outnumbered the Jewish population.
So after every war, there is an exchange of population. Every war, Ukraine, Poland, Germany, Russia. After every war, there are refugees and people leave, and that's in every country: India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Why is this one country, the tiniest of all countries?
Did you say 47?
Yeah, 1947.
Okay, so I'm going to exclude Jordan because it was carved out in 1946.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, the point being,
after Pakistan was created, millions of people had to leave India. The good news is that they weren't kept in refugee camps forever, and they weren't used as political pawns. They were resettled, like the Arabs should have been resettled in Jordan and Egypt and Lebanon and Syria. Instead, these countries kept them in refugee camps till today in order to...
You got a month in
they're political pawns. Pepe. You have a lot to learn, Pepe. A lot.
No, I don't. I think...
Well, I just gave you some facts, and I haven't heard you comment on them.
Sure.
850,000 Jews kicked out of Arab countries.
Yeah, that was after 1947.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, but the reason I point to 1947 is I don't think there's a population on this planet that if they got an influx of what they see as foreigners would sit well with them. There would naturally be people that would revolt against them, want to war with them,
but they're not,
and chase them out.
I wouldn't say they. Your words were grossly. What were your words? Grossly.
Like probably grossly outnumbered them. Like
okay, well, so turn grossly into percentage.
Like 10 to 1, like 90%.
Okay, so you're wrong. It's 66% to 32%. There were 1,250,000 Arabs, and there were 625,000 Jews. So that was 65% to 32%.
Not for nothing. The Arabs were offered their own homeland. The Palestinians were offered a homeland. They said no.
But at that time,
they were.
That's how it's going to work. They're
because they're murderers.
So wait, do you want to revisit? Do you concede that your point was a little bit exaggerated?
Yeah, it was a little bit exaggerated. So when did you have a lot of numbers? Did you have a lot of people coming in the early 40s too?
Well, I mean, if only they could have, then 6 million Jews wouldn't have been killed. If only the British had let them in. Instead, they were turned away.
Have you looked up the Etienne conference?
We act like the Holocaust never happened over here.
Yeah, have you looked up the Etienne conference?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
take a look at that.
It's so
Roosevelt participated. Yeah,
his outrage is so selective, you know.
Etienne.
What about the fact that the Arabs destroyed all the Jewish synagogues and built mosques there? I mean, your outrage is so selective.
What did they do to the nice cathedrals in fucking that are now Turkey?
That you talk to the Turks about that.
I know.
That's a different room, Pepe. You bring your anger to the Turks, but you don't do that because the Jews are easy picking. It's easy to pick on Jews. A Turk will kick your ass. A Jew will actually engage you in conversation. A Turk would kick your ass and say, "Get the fuck out of here."
No, I beat the shit out of it in real life.
Yeah. I'll take things that never happened for 1,000.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Alex. Was that like a game show reference?
Yeah. This guy, okay, he's a Philadelphia lawyer over here.
No, here's the part, and I don't know. Maybe it's because.
Well, that's the most honest thing you said. You don't know, so we
hold on, Randy, calm down.
I'm calm, buddy.
I mean, I don't.
Miss, I am very calm now.
Do you think there is anybody that would be that if they were in the Palestinian situation they would sit well with them? No. Obviously.
Well, tell me this. There's been this is the only place where terror is tolerated. Do you think American Indians have a right to blow up buildings in New York City? I mean, since their land was taken, do you think they should be doing terror in New York?
hundreds of years ago.
Would you justify that? Would you say, yeah, Native Americans have a right to do violence
Sure,
all over
but
New
you're
York City?
talking about them like challenging the Israeli state literally within the same year that it was founded. I mean,
I'm talking about 2023. I'm talking about 80 years later. Would you, that we're talking about right now, not then. We're talking about right now. They're still doing terror.
Yeah, they're going to do it, especially.
Right. So do you think American Indians should be blowing up buildings in New York? Do you think they should? Because their land was stolen, right, Pepe?
There's some of them that feel that way. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think it's justified? That's my
I
question.
wouldn't say that.
Okay, well there you go. It's called the double standard.
It's not a double standard.
You just said that they're not justified, but the Palestinians are. It's a double standard.
No, I think that like I said, I think there's always a real.
Listen, I stumped you. You can admit it.
They often have like a real grievance.
This guy's so annoying. Why do you listen to him?
I don't know why he's here. He likes to bait Jews.
He's got a problem with Jews.
He should be kicked out. He's not tolerant. I don't know why we tolerate him. The Turks
Because
wouldn't tolerate him.
I found it quite funny. Tucker asked a question to the guy, I don't know, the idiotic guy who was in Israel, who's the ambassador of Israel. But if you look at the historically of European, Irish have their own language, Welsh have their own language, the Scottish have their own language. There is no such thing called English. It doesn't make sense. Like the European Jewish had the Yiddish. So it doesn't make any sense. It was.
What about Hebrew, Riri?
Yeah, but Yiddish is defined like European Jewish.
What about Hebrew, though? The European Jews have Hebrew.
No. I'm pissed off. I'm so
About
pissed
what?
off.
Hate French or
I'm
anti-Semitic.
so fucking angry with Tucker. An Irish piece of shit. I'm pissed off because he was like, oh my god, why are the Jewish? You're Polish, you're fucking Eastern European, no, bitch, shut the fuck up. No, it doesn't make any sense.
What? We don't understand you.
I know.
All right. All right, guys. Shabbat shalom, everybody. It was good catching up. I'll be around all week, all right? I'm going to run for now. Take care. Bye.
Don't forget to tip your waiter.
That was awesome.
Back, everybody, to Iran war. Israel, Palestine, USA. Absolutely no terrorists allowed because we know there's a lot of terrorist sympathizers and promoters floating around this app. Pepe, you're not a terrorist, are you?
No.
No, Pepe is anti-terrorist. It's like being anti-racist.
Well, I would just say this. Just like how you can look at the Basque, you can look at the Corsicans, they would do it. You have the IRA. You had people that would assassinate officials, blow shit up, usually aimed at fucking with the federal government.
Or like the mafia.
And so, like, I'm not going to say that, like, I would say that the same feelings any of these groups would have, they obviously are going to have them. And I definitely don't. I think what they did was just like a very disgusting form of terrorism. They just went and terrorized and butchered and kidnapped, innocent people. But I mean, I can't say that it's illogical, for them to, rebel.
David is the Hebrew Israelite, and so is Camille. Just so you know, they think white people are the devil, right, David and Camille?
We are the devil. It's fine.
Wait, who are you? First of all, my name is not David, but you think I'm a Hebrew Israelite? This dude is irrational. But yeah, mouth too.
So the last room I was in, the Persian people were begging for Israel and the United States to intervene to throw off the shackles of the occupying Iranian genocide regime in Iran. These people do not want to be oppressed by their government. And there is literally a guy from Tehran saying that please come bomb these people so we can finally be free. We don't even like Islam. We're Zoroastrians. We don't like Islam. That's what they said in the last room I was in.
Yeah, I've heard that before too. Most of the younger people are atheists because, I don't know, the country is backwards.
Can I tell you when did it happen that I didn't identify as a Shia Muslim anymore?
Go ahead.
I was 15 and I was arrested for chewing gum on Ramadan in Iran.
Well, that's understandable. Chewing gum on Ramadan.
Yeah, that's kind of you should be doing that, man.
What flavor was the gum?
Banana, man.
Banana?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You get 9 years for that.
Yeah, that's an enhancement right there. Banana, gum and banana is like a double effect.
And you're walking and chewing gum at the same time? Oof.
Were you looking at chewing gum at the
put
same time?
handcuffs and then I took another one.
What's that?
They put handcuffs on me, yeah? They were threatening me. They said just spit it out or something. And then I started chewing another one.
How could you if you were handcuffed? Your story is
I was handcuffed in front of me, not to my back.
Okay, which pocket did you have?
That was probably the religious police. They don't know how to lock people up good.
No, it was the regular police.
Which pocket was the gum in?
The left side.
Left side. I see. So you were able. You were able to get the gum.
He's probably telling the truth. I mean, why would anybody make that up?
Well, we got to check the details here.
Okay, I can go through the details.
So you were walking, you were chewing gum, and it was banana gum. So that's like 3 offenses. And then you reached into your left-hand pocket. Left is bad, by the way, in Iran, as far as I know. They hate the left. And you put another piece in your mouth. Did they hit you with a stick then?
No. Then there were some old guys. They came and they said, why you're doing this or something. It's a kid and stuff. And then they said if I spit it, they will let me go. And I did. And I went. But I took one extra before I spit it.
Another chew?
No. Look, they said spit it. I took another one, yeah? Then these old guys came and it was like...
Real quick, sorry to interrupt, but we have Buttercup, a beautiful little cup of butter who really is a subject matter expert on the topic. I'm wondering if we can all,
Actually, there was a wonderful first-hand account from what that man was saying. Yeah, I think his government just blocked him.
You think his government sent him down?
He shouldn't even be on club. I mean, I think that's what happened. Yeah, they're censored there.
It is Ramadan.
The beautiful Bima, my favorite begonia in the house, who's a vocal free.
Did somebody send him down or something like that, or did he go?
I didn't. I was surprised to see that.
You didn't do anything stupid, did you?
Yeah, that was me. I'm the
you're in your own room with that.
Let me show you how it works. I'm going to show you, Jacob, how it works. So that's called the goo. We're trying to stay focused and concentrate on the Iran war between Israel and the United States of America, with Palestine caught in the crossfire. There's no terrorists allowed here in this room. We're trying to draw up those from below who we think could make excellent contributions to the discourse. That could be Buttercup or Bima. It could be other individuals, but we want to give room for everyone to speak, including him and Camille and Laura.
Can I make a suggestion? We should all raid Prince's room, where they think Turkey and Arabs are going to carve up Iran after the war, or after a coup or revolution, whatever they want to call it. These guys don't know history, don't know geography.
Why do they think it's Turkey and not Saudi?
They just said Arabs/Turkey, or Turkey/Arabs.
Turkey has the big army.
Yeah, Turkey's the only.
Yeah, but they have no forward projection of that army. They have no logistics. They have nothing. They're so far away.
Does that mean that everyone's betting now that the regime will fall if there's a war? Because it sounds like they're saying it's a sure thing.
The longer it goes on, the less likely it is to fall, is sort of my take, but hopefully it will.
But I'm surprised that those guys think it's going to fall. Like, they've been kind of...
The whole thesis of their argument was, if it does, will it balkanize? And
I didn't hear them say if. I heard them say they will.
It was definitely if it falls, will it balkanize? It has the highest potential to balkanize, but it's been integrated since Cyrus the Great for so long that no, they're never going to do that.
They do seem to have a strong sense of national unity, but there are dissident groups like the Kurds and the Baluchis and the Assyrians who feel oppressed, never mind the Yazidis. You're supposed to say the Yazidis, and then I'm supposed to say, I told you, never mind the Yazidis.
Yeah.
Still, it's like, I guess it's a little ironic because I didn't expect those guys to be so optimistic about regime change.
They fucking hate it. Like, people
they like the regime.
Fucking hate
Iran?
I'm not convinced that they like the regime.
They don't like the regime.
No, they don't like the regime. No, not at all.
The Jews in America more.
I feel like it's like a...
They're oppressed. Look, they see, Muslims getting shot in the streets. Whether it's the Israelis or the regime, they don't like it. So
they see the bulwark against the Israelis, though. It's like
but they're also all Sunni. They think they don't have a positive opinion of
Israelis are not shooting people in the street. That's the IRGC, the Iranian genocide.
No, I'm saying whether they perceive, as in Gaza, Israelis are
We're talking about a
shooting.
pro-Pali room that's optimistic about the regime falling when they've been saying this whole time
It's
that
in their mind.
Yeah.
It's in their mind that they see.
Well, their fallback position is that there's a new caliphate led by Turkey, which seems pretty ridiculous. Remember, we just withdrew from Syria. I mean, they've just been taking one loss after the other, so they have fallback position after fallback position in which somehow they're going to win in the future. Someday, somehow, Israel will fall, the U.S. will fall, and the caliphate will rule once again. It's a little far-fetched. It's a lot far-fetched.
Yeah, I mean, Iran has definitely got to go.
It's a coping mechanism. As they see the United States, even though they say, oh, now the world's waking up to Israel's blah, 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 gay pride, blah, blah. But then they see that the world's greatest superpower is formed a indelible partnership with Israel, both militarily and in terms of intelligence and geopolitically and even economically. And they're like, well, the caliphate's going to come. This is like people who lost the Civil War saying the South will rise again. Is that ridiculous? What they do is they've done this over and over. The more they attack Israel, the more they strengthen the Jewish people's resolve. And the more they make it clear that our defeating them is necessary and justified. So they sow the seeds of their own doom. Israel's never been stronger than it is right now, ever.
Yeah, I mean, America and Israel is like best friends.
They are. They just recently recalibrated our alliances, and they deemed Israel the most capable ally, the best and most capable ally.
Yeah.
What did you say, Ruchel?
That's a great take. We're besties.
Why isn't Israel part of NATO?
What's that?
Then why isn't Israel part of NATO?
I don't know. What does that have to do with the conversation?
I don't know. They were such a capable ally. Yeah, you think...
it's the most capable ally. Do you know what NATO stands for? Any thoughts?
It's the North Atlantic something something.
So is Israel in the North Atlantic?
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to be in the North Atlantic.
That's the basis of the alliance. It was to oppose Russia in the Soviet Union in Europe.
Isn't Georgia part of NATO?
North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Isn't Georgia part of NATO?
Georgia is allied with Russia.
No, part of South Ossetia is aligned with Russia, but Georgia proper isn't.
Georgia is under de facto Russian rule. They've become like Russia reestablished its dominance over Georgia.
All right, I'm trying to do the math. You're a mathematician, Yakov. How many places is this conversation currently being beamed by Lord Kitover's many accounts? Because he has so many phones.
I don't know.
At least
there's too many variables. I have no clue. How many phones? How many channels?
And also, who cares? That's not the subject of the room.
Yeah.
it's a fun math problem because there's so many.
So you can do that you know basic
I like
math.
Yakov.
I do, but this is
It's
basic
like-
math. You know basic math.
I think it's the number of Kitovers
Okay, all right.
to the power
Let's not go off the topic of the room.
of. Stop muting me, you fucker.
Don't call me that.
You can call me that, I guess. Anyway, I prefer you not call me that.
Thank you.
Annoying, foul-mouthed, vulgar child.
Yeah, don't you know we're on secret?
Wasn't it Carmen said, like, you know, using a foul language says more about you than it says about me?
I think that's true.
So how many empires do you think lasted more than 300 years?
I don't know. Roman is one. Except you go back.
The Greek, the British, the French, the Spanish.
French did no. Sorry for the French
Roman
one.
Empire is actually distinct from the.
No, the French Empire still exists now. There's French territories outside of mainland.
Dude, Rome got dominated by Christianity. Like, it's crazy.
Did that help?
Well, actually, Rome got dominated by the barbarians, the German army, or the Germanic.
Well, the French was like large part. It was mostly part of Rome. But what do you? I don't get it. What do you mean they got taken over by Christianity?
Yeah.
They've been Christian for centuries.
Yeah, it changed their whole structure and kind of ruined everything.
Starting when?
What did it ruin? What do you mean?
Well,
The reason why I think it's like less than 20. The number. It's a finite set of countries, and
oh, dude, America.
the question is, will we
I
remain?
want to know how Christianity ruined everything.
Because it took away their native religion and their whole foundation of their society was
Fuck their native religion.
erased.
Hold on,
Like they're
wait, hold on. What native religion?
they're pagans.
Their pagan religion, you know. Who is it? Jupiter?
Okay, and so tell me
Mars.
how the pagan religion helps people
Wait, what do you mean? Like,
peacefully.
King Louis had a priest as part of his council. What do you mean?
Speaking of pagans, where's pagan bread?
You could talk about how powerful they were, and even like advanced at times. Like you look at the Greeks and the Romans, and how good some of the warriors were. But I mean, they obviously after they became Christian, they became more less barbaric.
Yeah, the French Empire. I mean, they weren't part of the papacy, but they had priests. They had as their advisors and as their council. So you can say that the French Empire.
What did the French Empire do to the Christian Catholics in Lebanon and Syria?
Nobody cares.
Well, they weren't Catholic.
No,
They weren't
yeah.
Catholic. So.
They made them better, and they made Beirut look really nice. That's what they did. You're welcome.
Yeah, but they were given that area. They didn't conquer it.
They weren't given that area.
Look at the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
They took over after the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, that means they were given
Yeah,
it.
that's true.
The British British beat the Ottomans, and the Sykes-Picot Agreement said, hey, you get north of this line, we get south of this line.
What did the French do that was so bad to the Lebanese?
They turned it into Monte Carlo.
I've never heard.
Move to America. How about that?
Huh?
They turned into the Paris of the Middle East.
You guys didn't. You guys didn't flee. The Lebanese didn't flee because of anything the French did.
And are you Lebanese?
Yes, I am.
Huh? How's that tough?
When's the last time you were in Beirut?
No, I haven't been. I would like to go one day, but now's not the time.
No, I highly suggest to do it.
But I heard that it was absolutely beautiful in the pictures. And
It was beautiful.
Yeah, it's a shithole now, dude. It's like really deteriorated.
yeah, that's
No, but Lebanon is not a shithole. It's not.
It is. I don't mean this in a mean way. It's just like everything that was nice, it's torn down. It's very poor.
If you're trying to be English, you're trying to be British, you're trying to be Scottish, Welsh, Germany. No, I think it's like my country's from Somaliland. I'm from Somaliland. It's beautiful.
Somalia.
Yeah, that's an improving shithole. That's an improving country.
Yeah, it's not a shithole. It's an improving country.
Somalia is a goddamn dump.
No, it's not Somali. It's Somaliland. Correction, Lebanon. Hello.
Yeah, Somaliland is an improving shithole. Somalia is a complete shithole.
That's like Manhattan versus the Bronx.
Yeah. No, both of them are going on a downhill trajectory now.
Oh my goodness.
But we're rooting for Somaliland.
Hey, so check this out. So the Roman Empire lasted for 420 years with paganism, and it lasted 80 years with Christianity.
But that was when they had their empire had greatly expanded, and so that was kind of part of their downfall.
You have to also include the Byzantine continuation of it. So it's like 1,480 years.
It's a very complicated history.
Well, they even said if you recreated the Holy Roman Empire, wasn't that Napoleon's whole, shtick? I don't know, but I know that Christianity was created to conquer the world, and it did.
I'm not too sure about that, but yeah.
I think it also depended on which colonial powers conquered you. I mean, the Spanish definitely were forceful about it, but like the French, for example, weren't too forceful.
Yeah, but to be fair, like when the Spanish, when they came to the New World, they wanted to help the people that were in the New World to be better.
Oh yeah. Yeah, by starving them. And
ask the Iroquois how they thought about their help.
The Spanish were by far the most sadistic of all the European.
I don't think that's not a fair.
No, it is absolutely no. This is even in college. They say the 3 C's. I remember.
Well, everything you learned in college.
Like, sure. So the French came for commerce. The English came for colonization, and then the Spanish came to conquer. They made
the French also came to.
No. Where were the Spanish nice to anybody? They literally took all your fucking resources. If there was ever a famine, anything like that, they ate first. They were just like, they were nasty people. I don't. Why would you deny that?
Wait, is that an opinion or is that a fact, Pepe?
Oh yeah, the Spanish you really did not want to be rolled over by them.
Well, respectfully, I disagree.
What year is it? Can everybody please just give us a quick diagnostic and tell us what year it is?
2026.
5786.
26, we have 5786. Pepe, Mako, what year is it?
I wasn't listening. What's up?
You, Mako, what year is it?
It's 2026. Why?
Is that 1400?
I mean, to be fair, the Spanish, they also like slaughtered Europeans that weren't Catholic too. That happened on a number of instances.
Well, the Italians did that as well. So,
where were the Italians?
Yeah, Italians were in North America. Wow.
No, you're saying about in Europe.
No, I'm talking about here.
Oh, here? Okay. Well, who killed the most people in the New World was
Spanish.
British. With all due respect, the British and the French did the most
Well, the French barely had any land in the.
The French and Indian Wars. You know how many people died in those wars? What are you talking about?
You know, I will point out that I read that the British Empire was able to expand to every part of the globe for one reason and one reason only, because of the mechanization of the rifle and the ability to automate, you know, the discharge of bullets at high scale, high velocity at scale. So, you know, without that ability to say STFU, or we're going to give you a Gatling gun, you know, that's...
They had no Gatling guns until the Civil War.
Well, you see my point about the ability to deliver a high volume.
Yeah, a single barrel.
We actually had
Sorry, John. I get very technical when it comes to armaments.
The repeater rifle.
We actually had a superior.
Yes.
We actually had a superior rifle. What was it? The best, the BESS, I believe. But I think it had slightly some rifling in the barrel, but it was a little bit more accurate out to a longer distance. So the British were not.
It was more about the war tactics on the ground that gave America the edge over the British and the French and the Spanish.
Well, I'm looking at an interesting historical document. It says the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. And that's, you know, a British Kabbalist. Now, Pepe thinks that the Spanish were the most merciless conquistadors. But what was the philosophy of the Spanish conquistadors, Pepe?
They're probably just like they just got done getting rolled over for how many fucking 7 or 8 centuries by a bunch of fucking
but I think you're being over negative towards the Spanish Empire.
No, I don't think I am at all.
Well, can you give evidence that you're not?
And they were absolutely the most religiously intolerant.
But there's nothing wrong with being. The English, and with all due respect,
they were a lot worse than the English.
Well, that's why we had people come to America is to escape.
Yeah, they weren't slaughtering them upon contact.
They were. Okay, but don't say that the British weren't being.
No, the Spanish were, dude. They were like
negative to people who don't believe
like
in things.
They were Catholic jihadists, dude. I don't know how else to put it.
They did genocide under Vigio, so I think you have a point.
And I ask you, what year is it? Is it 2026? Is it February 21st on a Saturday? Are you all here right now? Hello?
I like the fact that we've attracted many Anons to the room. They want to know what we're talking about, but they don't want to let us know who they are.
They're all John.
Well, we were talking about the who's worse, the Spanish, the French, or the British Empire?
In the Americas, it was the Spanish, hands down. There's no denying that.
And I said, more people died under the hands of
the British Empire.
Dave, why don't you give us...
David, you guys actually brought in more slaves than the British.
Norm, or yeah.
Well, actually, the British were actually against slavery.
I want to point out that this is a little bit like David arguing whether vodka, gin, or whiskey is better, than the other one. But the point is, ladies and gentlemen, we want peace in the Middle East and we want peace in America. But unfortunately, a lot of people want to break the law, and those people are called terrorists or people that need to be brought back into compliance or possibly de destroyed. Now, Pepe has walked us through a history of gnosis lesson. Hello? David, what was that?
Is that part of your platform?
Part of my as a writing candidate for Congress, yes, Dr. David, absolutely. So we have to be strategic in our communication. We have to be strategic in our militarization and what we're going to do with our focus and our concentration, because this room has grown to a very large audience. And you can see there's a lot of Persians in the audience who are very concerned about a possible war. And I just want to say in Farsi,
Yeah, I think Texas should be its own country, man.
You know, what you just say? What did John say in Persian or whatever, Farsi
I
or
said,
whatever?
I miss you, my beloved.
Can we get someone's
So
concern?
I'm just curious, if we bomb the shit out of Iran and there's no change in leadership, what is actually gained?
Well, I think that's an unlikely hypothetical. I think the change in leadership is part of the whole point.
Yeah.
The same thing with Cuba.
We've already detonated two of our largest bombs on their nuclear facilities. We've already done it. We've already crossed the fucking threshold. Hello?
You're talking about the bunker busters.
Yeah, but that's a different thing.
Well, it's my understanding the fear is that, okay, let's say you do take out Khomeini or whatever, that there's still IRGC still remaining power, and then they're not going to, they'll still have their military that's going to be armed. They'll still shoot a bunch of thousands of people in the street, whatever.
Yeah, but this would happen in Venezuela once the person.
It's not Venezuela.
Well, I'm just telling you.
The government of Venezuela still stands. It's just the president was taken out. The generals are still in command. The vice president.
There isn't mass hysteria. Yeah.
Pepe, are you asking if this affects the Jews?
Pepe, are you an apologist for the Khomeini?
No, I think I don't like the IRGC, but you have to think the people, and it's somewhat, I think, the West's fault.
The people made their.
Hold on.
The people made their opinion.
Oh my God.
Clear. They're in the streets and they're being killed.
All right, dude, can I finish? Holy shit. So, it's kind of the West's fault. We're like, yeah, guys, revolt. You can do this. And then, tens of thousands of them get fucking gunned down, and they're mostly young people. And, it's kind of like, I hope they didn't really do that for nothing. And I want, I want to see, if anything is done in Iran, I would want to see them no longer having to be ruled over by the IRGC. Otherwise, it's all in vain.
Pepe, it doesn't affect the Jews either way.
Well, Pepe is not Jewish.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, this has nothing to do with.
He probably has Jewish ancestors.
No. What is it that you're saying doesn't affect the Jews? Bombing Iran?
Yeah, the Khomeini being replaced or not.
Well, sure, it affects the Jews.
Well, I mean, when Khomeini says that to Israel, I mean,
they're leading. They've hijacked their own country and made it into the big enemy of Israel and surrounded Israel with this ring of fire with the. Hezbollah to the north. Wait, I haven't finished. Hezbollah. It's not a slogan. They attack Israel. Hezbollah to the north and east, right? With Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hezbollah in Syria until we kicked them out. The Houthis in Yemen supplying Hamas. That's not just a slogan. That's an active campaign to exterminate the Jewish homeland, the Jewish state. So of course it affects the Jews. Your reasoning doesn't conform with reality.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, without a gun to the head, if you ask a typical Iranian, what do you think of Israel? They'd be like, I don't care. I just want to live. That's all they care about.
They love Israel.
But it's the head. It's the Ayatollahs. I was like, that's Israel all the time. But the regular Iranian. They don't care about Israel.
Can you instead of saying Khomeini, can you say Khomeini? Instead of Iranian, can you just say it like a normal American?
Why do you want him to mispronounce these words?
Nothing, because he's trying to sound like he speaks Persian, like with one word in an English sentence.
Respectful of the
Oh,
Persian.
Well, he's faking the funk. It doesn't come out.
Ask him to say Michelin restaurant. He goes, Michelin.
Well, he goes to a lot of Michelin restaurants.
Well, that's how you pronounce it.
And 99% of the English-speaking words says, hey, I went to a 3-star Michelin restaurant.
Yaakov, with all due respect, having been to a few Michelin-star restaurants, that's how you pronounce it. I'm sorry.
And people look at you like you're nuts.
Yeah,
Actually, my friends
brother
pronounce
did
it the
say
same
that when
way.
they tried like pronouncing like one of the things like they say where they actually it's not so-called being the loud obnoxious American, but it is the people who try to be fancy schmancy and you know act like they're an expert on French culture and say their fucking words and butcher them, and that is like I guess like more irritating to them.
He seems sophisticated to me.
Okay, I'm not going to apologize, but
okay, it's just the one word sophistication.
My friends who go to these restaurants, we all pronounce it the same way. So I'm used to like
you're hanging out with. Okay, fine.
Okay, Yaakov, if you come into my group of friends, then
you hang out with douchebags, David.
That's not nice.
I didn't say that, David. Okay, finish with Khomeini.
And you don't have to respond to anything, David.
Of course not. It's all it's fine. We're all friends. David's taking me out to a hockey game at some point. It's a Rangers game. We're going to a Rangers game.
I don't know. See, David also hung out with Rabbi Nick Dickerson, known as Randy. So, I mean...
Docs!
Yeah. Dude.
Well, you obviously said it because I don't think Anne has an intelligence network. You self-dox.
Why? Is that because she's a woman that she doesn't have an intelligence?
Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking, most people on this app don't have their own personal intelligence service. So I'm just guessing that in one room, David.
Yeah, see, Norm, like I said Michelin, and he said
is that they're out there gathering information. I think everyone here would agree that everyone is out there gathering information. That's typical human behavior. We're all addicted to information, and we love it, and we gather it because it's valuable, and that's where we get the term valuable information.
But that doesn't mean women aren't intelligent.
What is a woman?
Ask Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
She's the worst example you could have brought up.
I'll be honest.
Not to be confused with Jackson Brown.
Women are not.
Not to be confused with Jesse Jackson, God rest his soul.
Hello, are you a woman? David's a woman, no. No, women are not good drivers, figuratively and literally.
I never said that.
I said that. Because that's the truth. Like, women are good at some things and men are good at some things, which is true.
A woman might be a fool and stupid, but she still could have better intuition than a man. What does that mean?
True.
Yes.
And as we know, a fool and their money are soon parted.
No, who said that? That sounds famous.
It does sound famous.
That's cute, dude.
I want to thank everybody for coming here today to the Iran war, Israel, Palestine, USA, no terrorists allowed. Because in other rooms right now, there are chronic complainers, people that have a beef with the J word, with the I word, with the Z word, with the K word, with all types of words.
The F word.
I want to argue with you till the moon appears and the sun sets 24 hours a day about what words mean what. And all I can say is none of these people are intelligent because they are not part of any type of meditation, any type of concentration, any type of focus on love or intelligence. All they do is complain. Hello?
And in the words of Lenny Kravitz, Let love rule.
Wait, is it a famous thing?
Okay, I have an answer to A Fool and His Money Are Soon Parted. Was most commonly attributed to Thomas Tusser in his 1573 book, 500 Points of Good Husbandry. And the original wording was a fool with an E at the end, Foole, and his money be soon, Sone, at debate, which after which sorrow repents him too late. Okay. There you go. Oh, kind of Old English.
Was he a good guy?
No. Was he a good guy? My friend David, was he a good guy?
What does it mean by repenting too late?
Well, there's people I've been quoting before, and my friend, I remember I was at a dinner party.
Another drink.
No, really quick. I was at a dinner party, and I mentioned like a quote, and my friend told me that the person I was quoting was a bad guy. It's like, oh, I'm sorry.
So it also says the next time you're at a dinner party and someone says a fool and his money, that quote, it's commonly misquoted to William Shakespeare, but it does not appear in any of his plays or writings. So you can say, it does not appear in any of his plays or writings.
Well, William Shakespeare was kind of not a good guy, so.
What do you mean he was not a good guy?
History,
I want to know how he knew about Denmark and Venice.
Who was an English major, and she told me the whole history of the idea. Well, actually, he wasn't a real person, or maybe he was, but she basically told me the history of William Shakespeare, and kind of like not a good person,
Norm, do you think he was an amalgam?
In 2026, he would have been, Me Too'd. He would have been, not a good guy.
My question, how did he know about Denmark and Venice and all these different far-flung places when he never really left his own city, as far as we know? From just people talking about it?
You can always read it in a book.
Oh, you think he went to the downtown library? That's a relatively modern invention.
Hello, everyone. Can I speak? I'm an Iranian person. And I saw the title of this room, and I just came to. Actually, I'm curious to know what I consider you guys to be mostly Americans. So I just want to know what's your idea about whether the United States should attack the regime in Iran, or do not support?
Well, the IRGC has been a problem for many decades, and I think the world agreed long ago that at minimum they should not be allowed to have nuclear weapons, and at maximum they should not be allowed to threaten the rest of the world. And diplomacy has been tried repeatedly without much success, and now we're trying diplomacy by other means, namely war.
As a Sunni Muslim, the U.S. should dismantle, Iran.
Well, hopefully they see, all the stuff we're doing in the water, and they say, okay, we give up on a very simple terms. But yeah, I think it's very simple. I was just making a joke, but yeah, like all the what we're doing in the Gulf with bringing all our aircraft carriers and our battleships and shit like that. You would think they would be like, okay, let's make a deal. But I don't know. We'll see.
You said okay, make a deal about what? The nuclear program or what?
Well, yeah, that was
the desire that they give up their nuclear ambitions or what?
They went to a negotiation, and America said, like, 100% give up your nuclear program, and they said no, right? Norm, is that what the stipulation that they decided to say no to, right?
Well, there's 3 asks: nuclear program, terrorism, and and slaughtering their own people. And they don't seem to be willing to move on any of those. Ballistic missiles are up there as well.
Yeah, but you would think, so guns to the head, they would say, okay, we won't do Hezbollah, we won't do, the only sticking point I would think of, if I was them, would be the nuclear thing. But, I mean, I'm assuming that's what the sticking point is now, right? In your opinion?
Yes, it's definitely a sticking.
You know, what I would say as an Iranian, I don't know if any other Iranian person was putting, it's not just about their nuclear program. It's also about their ballistic missile. Actually, I, as an Iranian person, know that their nuclear program has always been a cover-up for their main deterrence policy, which is the ballistic missile. The main thing is actually the ballistic missile, not the nuclear program, but they never negotiate over it. And the ballistic missile has the power to infiltrate from all the air defense systems of Israel and also European countries, just like at 12-day war.
They can have a ballistic missile, but it's almost all the nuclear.
I think your initial question was, do you think the United States should come in and evaporate the IRGC? Wasn't that your question? Hello, Velvet?
And whether you
was that your question?
Yes, I answered. Sorry, my internet perhaps is not.
I don't think there should be any deals negotiated. I think they've crossed the line when they started murdering people, and then that they threatened constantly on a daily basis to want to murder Israeli citizens, and as well the President of the United States. They want to murder him, and they want to cause harm to the USA and Israel. I think there is no negotiation. I don't give a fuck if they say they don't want to make weapons today, tomorrow. I think they might went too far.
But
that's like negotiating with a pedophile, David.
What is the resolution?
Death.
So we should just bomb all of it.
Because today they're going to say, okay, we agree. Well, tomorrow they're going to dig a tunnel and build their bombs under the tunnel. You don't change from wanting to murder every Israeli citizen and the United States of America to being a good person. I'm sorry.
So, no, don't be sorry. I'm actually very happy to hear that, because in the mainstream media, I hear a lot that there's, people make these false comparisons that, the United States attacking Afghanistan and Iraq, they compare it to what will happen in Iran. So there are fundamental and contextual differences between Iranian society and Afghanistan and Iraq. But the point is, that's so true. So as an Iranian person, from age of 7, I have been trained to chant death to England, death to America, and death to Israel. And despite 47 years of this oppressive regime, Iranian people have never hated America. Actually, we love America and we love Israel. We consider, as opposed to all other Muslim countries in the region. So look at the society of, for instance, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, even Turkey. Unfortunately, they hate America and they hate Israel, but Iranian people don't, because we have the share same values. During the past 26 years, from 1999, for 6 times we have been fighting for this regime. For what? For democracy, for freedom of speech, freedom of thinking, equality between men and women, because the Islamic regime is a gender apartheid regime, and separation of religion from power. All the values that the Western countries, including the United States, are meant to defend and hold dear. So the point is, I'm so happy and I'm so relieved that I hear individual voices, although you might not be, represented in the mainstream media, such as CNN or other networks. But I'm so happy that I hear that not only you see the real fact that there is nothing you can change about the desire of this regime to destroy you, attack them or not, whether you negotiate with them or not, they consider Israel to be little Satan and the United States as great Satan. That's what they teach us. But I'm so happy to hear first that. And second, when I hear that let me see what is your name, Blessed. When I hear that Blessed was saying that they slaughtered their own people, that gives me such a, you have no idea how relieved I am that you also care about, Iranian freedom-loving fighters that have been fighting with their bare hands with this regime for so long. And the fact that you're concerned about the massacre that this regime has made. And again, let me remind you, this was not their first time. This was their sixth time. I mean, just look at 2022 during the Women Life Freedom Movement. They literally blinded. I'm not making the numbers. Just look at the, United Nations substantiated statistic. More than 500 protesters during the 2022 movement, Women Life Freedom Movement, got blinded. Did you get comparison? So, for instance, 2 people in Minnesota, I'm not going to downplay what happened in Minnesota. I know it is triggering. Even every single person counts, and every single casualty, even if it is one individual, it's a lot. But when you're speaking about tens of thousands of people being massacred by this regime, you cannot make that comparison. Or the fact that just during 2022, men, look at the United Nations substantiated statistic, you should start to care about the human rights abuses by this regime. And by the way, those people who got blinded and got killed by this regime were not people who were fighting for Islamism, extreme Islamism, terrorism, all those things. We happen to have the same values as you. So yes, you should care about our safety and our human rights, because at the end of the day, we will be your biggest ally in that region alongside Israel. Just as that was the case under Shah regime. Under Shah reign, Iran was even a bigger. You might not know that, but as an Iranian person, I know that. 47 years ago, up to 47 years ago, Israel was not your biggest ally in the region. Iran was, right? But after the Islamic Revolution, you had to, turn to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the countries that are literally funding terrorism, Islamic terrorism. But Iranian people are not, a majority of them are not Muslims, and we don't hate you. So yeah, I'm so relieved that I heard those remarks. Thank you.
There's some beautiful remarks about some beautiful remarks. Thank you for those beautiful remarks. So many auspicious and interesting people in the audience. Oh, our good friend Stanley Thumper is here, straight out of Yerushalayim. Still hasn't paid his brother back the money he owes him, but Rabbono Shalom Hashem is going to make it all come, because it's almost Shavuot Tov. And let me ask you a question. Would you marry a wealthy, handsome Jew if he proposed to you and you two fell in love?
Who's that directed to?
Yeah, our Lebanese Catholic, I suppose. Yeah, you're Catholic. Did you do Ash Wednesday, and did you get the crucifix and ash put on your forehead?
You shouldn't ask that question.
Did you get the ashes put on your forehead, David?
I'm not going to ask that question.
I didn't.
Well, everybody, you're in the Iran war. This is the Israel-Palestine-USA conflict, but no terrorists allowed room. If you want to hear terrorists, just go to Amir's room in the World Affairs Forum or in Amir's house, or you can go to Prince's room. There's a whole litany of rooms you can find, I'm sure. But in this room, no. No terrorists allowed.
What's up, Momo?
Hey, what's up?
So what's the word out there? What's going to be with Trump? Last I heard, he's allowing the Iranians to have some kind of symbolic nuclear stuff.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Could have misread something. Token nuclear, I don't know what. Is he?
He wants to let them say faith?
Huh?
He wants to let them say faith?
What's going on?
I mean, he's giving him a couple days to decide, right? My understanding. I mean, it's better than what Obama did, which is give him a bunch of money. I mean, that's.
Did he give them money, or did they return the money that was frozen?
Well, I mean, unfreezing money is the same as giving money. I forget how many billions.
Yes, and Obama lifted up the sanctions, and that's what they did. They made deals with that regime, with our operators. And again, just so you know, the same kind of protests were happening in Iran in 2009. We call them Green Movement, in Persian, Jombesh Sabz, right? People for not a few weeks, but several months, we're on the street, and actually we chanted a specific slogan. In Persian, we said, Obama, Obama, Yabamuna, Yabama. It meant Obama, Obama, either with us or with the Islamic regime, or with them, right? The point is, Obama chose to turn a blind eye on us and our oppression. Yes, he issued a couple of empty worded statements that we stand with Iranian people and they should have the right to peacefully protest. But those statements, empty worded statements mean nothing. They don't help us. We need real action. We need real action because we are empty-handed. So Obama made a deal with them and lifted up the sanctions, and the regime simply massacred Iranians, and not just in the streets, but also in the prisons. There's specifically a horrific prison that you might have not heard about it. Its name was Kapizak. They tortured people in Kapizak during the Green Movement in 2009. But that's what Obama did. So yeah. But hopefully the United States will not make a mistake again, because at the end of the day, Donald Trump made a promise. They said to Iranians that go and take your institutions, we will come to your rescue. And in another remark, he said, if Iran shoots the protesters, as they always do, we will start shooting as well. He made those remarks. And yesterday, Donald Trump already acknowledged that 32,000 Iranians over a short period of time during this round of protests were massacred by this regime. So he has made the promise and he has the responsibility. But even if he didn't make that promise, still we would have considered United States as a leader of the free world to come to our rescue, because with power comes responsibility. Because at the end of the day, first of all, we are all human beings. So if you see someone that is fighting for the values that you also share, democracy, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, all those values that a progressive society of Iranians stand for, you should help them, right? But even if you don't want to, you don't care about other people around the world, you just care about the United States, still you should be wise enough to understand that this regime wants to destroy your country. Not just this regime, by the way, not just this regime, Islam itself, and political Islam specifically.
Velvet, you need to feel good about something. We're 3 branches of government, and our other branch of government, especially our Senate, has been steadfast in trying to support the people in Iran and to end this regime. And you need to look at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. You need to look at the leadership there, the statements that they've been making. This is not only from the executive branch, but on our congressional level as well. And that's really important. also with respect to the funding, look at our House appropriations on military as well. I mean, people seem to forget we have that other branch of government that also put the squeeze and amplified the sanctions. And although had to fight the Obama administration tooth and nail on this, was able through these strong leaders within Senate and House to squeeze that regime. So don't forget about that aspect of the U.S. government. I just wanted to add that. And just listen to people like Tom Cotton or Lindsey Graham. They're very strong on the subject.
Lindsey Graham, yeah, we love Lindsey Graham. We call him Amu Graham. In English, it is said Uncle Graham. We love him, but again, I would say it is not something that United States is giving us a favor. It's not like that. We are not begging for other people's support. It is part of the United States benefit. Because
but they see that, Velvet, they see that. It's not that they don't see. Of course, we see the burning of the U.S. flag. We see ourselves being called the Big Satan. We see what the missiles are targeting and what their threats are. This is protection of our own nation. I'm just pointing out that it doesn't only exist in the executive branch, but we've seen. Look. We can go back to when our hostages were taken, and some of us were alive to experience it, and then experience every time Iran has had their fingers in murdering Americans abroad, as well as threatening our ambassador, not only our ambassadors, our president, the ambassadors from Saudi that were in Washington, the ambassadors from Israel that were in Washington. I mean, we just go through the litany of what they've had their fingerprints in. So we've known that as a nation for a long time. And we're protecting our nation from an enemy, and it's been an enemy. So I don't think that's anything new. But, again, my point was just it's also in our legislative branch, a very strong awareness of it.
I hear you, and we are true friends and we are allies, and I'm so happy that you people are actually you exist in the United States, and we are fortunate that the majority of Senate and Congress is currently with Republicans, because unfortunately the Democrats that are supposedly meant to stand for human rights and humanity, they have always compromised and appeased the mullahs in Iran. But
whoa. I'm going to stop you on that one, because I got to stop you. And I'm a Republican, but there are Democrats that stand firmly on this position as well. I'm not going to say it does cross over party lines. There are some very strong Democrats that have been they were against the Iran deal. They went up against Obama on it. Not all of them, but there were some. And there are Democrats that are very loud and vocal on this. So it does cross over, and I'm not going to get political on it, because I would look at members of Congress like Josh Gottheimer and Jared Moskowitz, and go through the list. Richie Torres, Susie Lee, they're strong about this. So let's not take that away from some of our better members of Congress. Also, my own senator, who is a Democrat, is absolutely strong on this, Jackie Rosen. So just you need to be fair on that one. Sorry, I had to jump in on that.
But what do you mean by being strong? I know that they're individuals.
They sponsor legislation. They support the sanctions. No, look at the records. They're voting records, and there's support of stronger sanctions, and there's support.
No. I know. Do they support a war? Do they support a war against the regime? Because
has a war on the regime been brought actually in front of Congress? Have we had a vote on that yet? I mean, tell what we've had a vote on. They've supported. I'll post some voting records if you want to see.
Yeah, I would like that, but I don't want to bother you. But the point is, even in their verbal stances, it doesn't mean if they just condemn the regime. Action, real action is
sanctions. Is additional squeezing and sanctions something that shows support?
Sanctions help. Yeah, sanctions help, but how it is going to make a difference if you leave the Indian protesters to their own. What will sanction do? It will make the regime's hands, the regime's work harder, of course. So it helps us, the Iranians. But at the end of the day, if a regime is going to change, we have to, confront with this regime, and we are empty-handed. We don't have any weapon, and they simply massacre Iranians. So the final answer, the ultimate solution, is military intervention. And if the Democrats, I know that there are individual voices, so I don't know his name, but there is sorry, just if I 10 seconds, if I finish what I was saying. So I know that there is a Democrat congressman, I think, or perhaps he's a senator. He's bald, right? He doesn't have hairs on his head. I don't know what his name is. But yes, he has been very vocal in supporting Israel and supporting Trump administration. But most of Democrats are anti-war, unfortunately. And so their support almost means nothing.
Well, actually, Velvet, you don't understand all of the dynamics in Congress. And no, not all Democrats. A good majority of them that are voting bloc have voted for the sanctions. Again, I just found the statement from the senator with respect. So, I mean, again, I'm not going to bash the other party when they, excuse me. I'm not going to bash the other party when they have actually, some of them have stood up and voted on this. John Fetterman is a good example of it. Listen to Fetterman's comments.
Right. I mean, here's the thing, Velvet. Like, Iran has to be destroyed so Israel can be safe.
No, Iran has to not have nuclear power.
Okay, you understand?
Yeah. Israel can take care of itself. Iran has to not have a nuclear weapon. That's about Iran. It can't have a nuclear weapon. I
agree.
They can take care of themselves. They have taken care of themselves.
Yeah, I agree.
This isn't about Israel. This is about the U.S., guys. It's about us.
It's just milking the U.S. right now, and
Who's milking the U.S.? Who's milking the U.S.? Iran is milking the U.S.?
Edom has to be destroyed. It has to happen. Right now, Normo? I don't know what you're talking about.
I would urge everyone to differentiate between a country. Guys, someone, please be quiet for a moment. You should, in verbal speaking, you should be careful when you say Iran should be destroyed. Iran is our homeland, is my homeland, my country. You cannot say Iran should be destroyed. But the terrorist bunch of groups that are occupying our country, the Islamic regime, yes, that regime should be destroyed, but Iranian people and Iran as a country should be preserved, and we should always respect a country no matter what is its name. So you should speak respectfully about Iran. And to the point that Adi was saying, about the points, Adi, again, I would need to know you to know sanctions help. They are much better than making deals with this regime, just as was the case under Obama administration and Biden administration. But at the end of the day, it is not the ultimate solution. The ultimate solution is military intervention. Because at the end of the day, Iranian people are empty-handed. We don't have any weapons. And if whenever we take to the streets, we take courage to take to the streets.
Let's make room for more speakers. When I hear repetition or redundancy, I'm going to mute you. We're moving on. This is the Iran war. Israel, Palestine, USA. No, terrorists allowed. In the Issa Watermelon Fan Club house, everybody. Shavua Tov. So, Velvet, you're Iranian?
Yes.
You're Iranian? No. Okay.
Yeah. Someone. And
John, you don't have a chat, so I can't post the voting records.
This is?
Anyone can look them up.
I really just want to be Jewish, because they're so good at making people hate their own people. It's like it's overpowered war tactics, just propaganda.
What about your question? I'm Iranian. Okay, vas-y. Allez.
Them from the room because no terrorists are allowed here, and if you're gonna lie and besmirch the good Jewish people, you're gonna get kicked in the tuchus, either to the goo or to the hallway.
Oh my God. Oh, je rigole, frère. Je rigole, frère, là. Il dit quoi? Mon frère?
Noise trolls who are working in their bathtubs or kitchens will also be kicked to the goo. Abby, your main contention is Iran should not, cannot, must not, will not get a nuclear weapon. And we've already dropped 2 massive bunker busters on their nuclear program. What's next?
Okay, can I read you something, John? If that's okay. So we've got something like 150 plus strike capable planes stacked up to hit Iran right now with the arrival of the second carrier group. Israel used about 200 planes during the 12-day war. So that's close to about 400 planes right now that are there. Iran has an estimated stockpile of about 3,000 ballistic missiles. That's what's left after at least probably close to 50%, somewhere between a third and 50% were destroyed during the 12-day war. Let's say a third of them are short range. 10 sorties that no longer have a ballistic missile program. It can get a little messy. The U.S. operates 72 B-52 bombers that can fly anywhere. So if Iran starts playing games in the Gulf, the U.S. can start to, at that point, do carpet bombing. I mean, just look at what war power is there now, and what they could possibly act up and do. And your military, you probably understand that better. I'm just reading some of the stats on it. And with respect, Velvet, I put in a bipartisan bill by Rosen and McCormick from Pennsylvania, Rosen from Nevada. So just to give you an example, but I'd look at John Fetterman's statements also.
Rizzo just cast a vote, which turned the tide, right? He seems to always be like a linchpin.
He is a linchpin. He's kind of the new Manchin. But I'll call out the Democrats when they should be called out. But on this one, the majority are not crazy Ilhan Omars. There's some very normal ones.
It's a 50-50 chance that there's going to be a regime change, or do you think it's 20-80?
I think he dies. He's old. But, not all of the Gulf, they've come out with statements that they're fearful of regime change because of what will take its place. I mean, that's a really important consideration. Have you talked about that? What if it does change? Who comes into power?
Again, I might have a better perspective on this. That what will happen if the United States attacks the regime. So one little thing I would urge everyone: when you say Gulf, the Gulf is the term that Arab countries used to refer to that sort of ocean. We call it Persian Gulf. It's historical name, so please refer to that as it's the real name, Persian Gulf. But anyway, the point is, if the regime changes, so the majority or a significant part of the opposition support the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, to be their king. But even myself, I, as a person who opposes the Islamic regime, I'm not necessarily a monarchist, but I am united behind Reza Pahlavi for now. But in a voting, in a ballot box that it will happen after the revolution, after the regime change, I would probably vote for, a republic. And my leader is, Masih Halinejad. She's one of the opposition figures. But for now, the majority of the opposition are behind Reza Pahlavi. So Reza Pahlavi will emerge after the regime change. But I would urge you to know that it's also
what Reza Pahlavi's path is. He's not saying keep me in and keep a monarch. He's saying let's do a just election, and then you can pick if you want to have a monarchy or you want to have or not monarchy. So I think that's why people want Reza Pahlavi in place, so he can create a clear path to a better future for the Iranian people, right? He's not necessarily saying, I want to be in power and it's only me. He's saying, listen, I want to be able to help, and I have a portfolio put together on how I can help with the conversion to make it an easy transition to make it better for the Iranian people. So it's not like what happened in Iraq.
And even if it is a monarchy, the result of the ballot box, it will be a democratic monarchy, just as most of European countries, just as United Kingdom, that the king has just a constitutional stance, but the real power is in prime minister's hand. So in any way, Iranian people are fighting for democracy. They want democracy, but it could happen in a republic form, or in a just as United States, or in a monarchy form like United Kingdom.
What's the bigger rivalry, Saudi Arabia and Iran, or Israel and Iran? I mean, do these Sunnis and Shias, the princes and the potentates of Saudi Arabia and that kingdom, they must have extensive diplomatic, regional ties, trades, etc. Somewhat of a shared culture between Persians and Arabs because of Islam, even though they've got this separation. What role is Saudi Arabia either going to play, in diplomacy or creating stability and peace as opposed to war?
I mean, I just got back from there and listened to them talk about it in a diplomatic way. And they made it, this is the foreign minister there, made it very clear they're not pushing for regime change. They have a fear of what will come after. But they're also extremely clear, and they don't hold back on this, that the Muslim Brotherhood is their enemy. And that the enemy has attacked their soil, via their proxies. They've taken fire from the Muslim Brotherhood, and they're not supporters of it. They'd like to see the Brotherhood gone. So they take a pretty strong position about that. But they were very clear to say that they're not advocating regime change. So it's interesting how they position themselves on that. I think they see themselves as a economic force in the Gulf region, as they have been. And, I'd also look at some of the squabbles they have with the UAE right now and how that's playing into it. But, they're hell-bent on developing the train lines and the fiber optic lines, and getting out of the petrol business. So they've lots of positions with respect to their Vision 2030 and where that's taking their nation, and where they see themselves as a regional player as well as a world player. But with respect to Iran, that's definitely their position. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's what the guy said. and that's what they've published.
Say they want to get out of the oil business. Do you know what the market cap of Aramco is? I looked it up.
Yeah, I mean, but Aramco, but they're very clear in their Vision 2030 to diversify and get into tech and get into these other industries. And, you know, they're handing out money to companies coming in that that want to build infrastructure in their nation, doing that. Hospitality being one for sure. And they're spending a lot of money on it. But there's other industries that they've invested in, including, by the way, shocking, but the green industries, even though it seems counterintuitive to being in the oil business. But green energy is something they've also pursued. But I would just take a look at it's easy. You can just Google their Vision 2030.
Yeah, I've heard of it. You know, this is the Saudi Arabian oil company. This is known as Aramco. There's some stats on the stock. Their market cap is $6.22 trillion.
Are they under Apple?
5.2%.
John, are they under Apple? They were the biggest in the world. And then Apple overtook them, so I didn't know. They are?
No, Apple's not as big as Aramco.
Yeah, but you know, again, look at
Apple's 3.9 trillion. Aramco is 6.2 trillion. I mean, that's incredible.
Just look at the Sovereign Wealth Fund, look at that Vision 2030, and I'll tell you how they see themselves as a player. They're also all about their DEI there is about women and trying to they say that it's all about inclusion now for women, but it's just very interesting how they
invested in Elon Musk's XAI in a private equity deal. I think it was like a $2 to $4 billion deal with Elon Musk because XAI merged with SpaceX, and you know, it does put Elon Musk at like almost the trillionaire level. It's unbelievable. But, you know, I think historically, you know, wars and debts and all this chaos is really, I mean, I'm more worried that there's going to be a war because it's going to shift the attention. But, you know, it just seems to be convenient when a war happens to break out. And, I mean, I've heard so much chatter that, like, you know, I'm pretty concerned. And the buildup, you know, is basically potential energy. And so, what's the flow gonna be?
Lord, you know we're sitting in the hub of AI, right? Chicago, Great Lakes area. You know that.
AI's everywhere. That they're building, estimated to build, I think it was like, I read 3,000 or 5,000 more AI data centers in the United States. I'm like, what? How can we already, like, we're already doing it. Like, everybody's already online. How many more data centers do we need?
They're being built to crash and burn. What's out there? What's threatening us?
I think the buildup of data centers in the United States is a geostrategic move.
I think it's what's going to make us dominant.
How's that in one place?
Well, we're going to be well over-equipped in comparison. I mean, they can talk a bunch of crap, excuse my French, but delivery is going to be what counts.
You don't think the AI is making people lazy and stupid, though?
No, that's a different kind of AI that I'm focusing on. It's really more about weaponry.
Are you talking about drones? Are you talking in weaponry, the use of drones?
What are you talking about? All of it, Abby. I mean, drones.
She's talking about warfare, basically.
I mean, yeah, thank you. I was looking for the word. Thank you. It is warfare.
But so much has changed with drones coming into warfare.
No, but it's everything. I know what she's talking about. It's talking about hacking, shutting a country down, turning off the lights, drones, missiles, defense systems, how AI could be utilized in all of that.
You like printed me?
Yeah, so it's
You know, we just had a hack this a few days ago in one of our casinos. Just had, forget the name of the company that came in and held them ransom. They paid it. They paid the ransom. It's pretty crazy.
Do you know how much?
They paid $1.5 million.
What did they hack?
Into the whole system of the casino. And all the data, like
They did ransomware?
yeah, let me tell you the name of the company. Hold on. It's like not company. That 1 sec.
We already know the name, Abby. It's El Normo Green.
Right. No, wait 1 sec. Let me pull it up.
There's not a statue of El Normo in Vegas.
Yeah, right on the strip.
Next to Elvis.
Saying I got you.
Yeah, if I can say something, getting back to the question that Lord was asking about, what role Saudi Arabia would play in Iran.
Before you jump into it, because you have so much beautiful energy, I just don't want Abby to be like, I want to hear what you have to say about the hack. But don't forget what you're going to say, just because then we'll forget it. Abby was looking up something.
Hold on, the name of the hacker is it's Shiny Hunters. Shiny Hunters pulled off a massive data heist against this particular property. It holds more than 800,000 records containing personal employee information. It issued a final warning on the dark web. It gave the particular luxury resort until February 23rd before releasing the data to the public. The pressure on the company and the threats to release the data was likely to mean the company had broken off negotiations. So now the gang is desperate, and that's not uncommon with the extortion attacks. This particular property is extremely high end. I'm just reading the article about it, and then I got a note that the estimate was 1.5 that they paid. That's the name of the hacker. Oh, and the same hacker had hacked, the same gang had hacked Canada Goose, you know that company? They had hacked Mercer Advisors and Beacon Point Advisors, and a few other companies in the past. The Bumble Match, the internet match company, Bumble, that has Hinge and Match and OkCupid, they had hacked them, Panera Bread, and a couple others. So that's what I mean. Yeah. But, the player information, that stuff, that's the lifeblood of the properties. So it's just like getting a pretty bad take at a table. If it's $1.5 million.
Is that really a big loss to them, Abby?
Someone, if they have to pay out $1.5 million at a table, yeah, it's a big number.
No, I mean to that hacker. Like how much do you think they profited a week, like a casino?
Well, it matters what property. That happens to be an incredibly successful one that has more of the high limit take than the others. But it can vary, and it matters what weekend. If it's Super Bowl weekend, it's a little different than a weekend, in August. So I don't know. It's, but that's still a big number to have to pay out. Have you ever heard of that hacker that I just read?
The Shining, no. Me personally, no.
What's his name?
Nobody knows him.
It's, what did I say the name was? Shiny Hunter.
The Shiny Hunter.
Sorry, you can go back to Iran. No.
Yeah, sorry, Velvet. Go ahead, buddy. My apologies.
REM song, Shiny People.
Can I just say
Shiny little people. Huh?
The good news about Clubhouse and, you know, the Iranian agents here, like Soren, etc., is that that's the best they got. I don't think there's that much to maybe worry about.
Do you think he was in a re-education camp for a while?
Soren?
Yeah.
I saw him back on the app the other day.
Yeah, he's back in strength.
What do you mean by re-education? Yeah.
It was a joke, as in the Chinese re-education camps. You know.
Everyone would love to go to Iran, you know, go to the Grand Bazaar and enjoy the incredible food. Because to me, Iranian food is like some of the best in the world. The music is great. The women are beautiful. I mean, can't we just live in peace? Can't these people just say, you know what? The era of the Shah, I mean, not the Shah, the Khomeinis, or this Muslim radical group that took over this embassy and is extended to 2026. Can't they just put it all behind him and say, you know,
and do what?
Screw everybody.
Why would they do that?
We're gonna have the biggest dinner you've ever had. It's gonna be the best, you know, shawarma you've ever eaten. You know, and just enjoy life.
What do you think would happen to the Canadian and the Irish? What do you think would happen to them? God damn it! Shut up!
Here's my prediction, Abby. If it turns Western and they open a casino, it'll be in this wonderful island in the Straits of Hormuz called Keshem. It has everything. It is like, it's where the decadent people go. I mean that in a good way. In Iran, it's got like water
parks.
What's
it called?
It's got
the island of
Keshem. Qeshm. Just look at all the different attractions it has on it. It's in crystal blue waters. It's got caves.
Red sand.
I don't know if it has red sand. I'll be honest with you. I just know it has just so many wonderful attractions, and it's right across from Abu Dhabi. So like it'd be like a little puddle jumper away. You know, like literally. You know, all the Emiratis could go there.
Well, the Emiratis are getting the casino and the betting.
I know, but you know, for whatever, if they want to.
You know, there was one, Jeff. There was the Shah during the time of the Shah. It was a very successful one in Iran.
Yeah.
Isn't there? It's kind of like what happened to the Cuban ones.
Yeah, exactly.
When Lansky lost them in Cuba.
So we could you could go to Keshem, and then you could fly to Tehran and have dinner, and then go skiing, because Tehran's right around there's a mountain range right around Tehran that's just wonderful skiing.
Say it, Q.
It's in Q. It's near Bandar Abbas. Qeshm.
It was sort of considered like a free zone. The way like Hong Kong was a little bit different than China. But they kidnapped a retired FBI guy there, and they've kept his remains for years. He was out of Queens. I think his name was Levine or something. I have to go look it up. But the FBI has often wanted to at least get his remains back.
If you type Bandar Abbas, BANDAR space ABBAS, it's right next door. It's an island.
I'm looking at the pictures now. Wow.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So, regarding the question that Lord earlier asked about the role that Saudi Arabia might play in Iran, I would say there is almost not common between Persian culture and Iran and any other Arab country, including Saudi Arabia, because they're inherently Muslim, but Islam took over Iran. We were originally not Muslims; we were Zoroastrians, and also we don't have the same language. We speak in Farsi, Persian, but they speak in Arab, and our cultures are quite different. And they have no role to play. And again, I would just ask everyone, when you refer to the quote unquote Gulf, that Gulf has a name. Arab countries call that Gulf. But the historical name of that body of water is Persian Gulf. So, please name it as such. But
Velvet, you speak eloquently, but Americans are sick of dying to free other people from their oppressive regimes. We're willing to fight a war. Please let me finish. Don't interrupt. Americans are willing to fight a war to destroy the nuclear capability, but no Americans are willing to die to free you from your oppressors because, and I'll land my plane here, a shitload of Americans died in Afghanistan and in Iraq, and we got no fucking gratitude from anyone. So Americans are not dying to rescue you. If you want us to die to rescue you, please fuck off, respectfully.
First of all, you are a very rude person because there is no need for you to use language. We can speak respectfully to each other. So what we demand from not just the United States, but the whole international community is not boots on the ground. People will overthrow the regime if there is an equalizing factor in place. So all you need to do, not just for the benefit of Iranians, but for your own benefit. Because the regime wants to destroy your country, whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not. If you don't act now, in sometime in the future, in a few years, they will talk in either nuclear language or ballistic language. You cannot just ignore that fact. From age of 7, they teach us every single day to school, in new schools, to chant death to England, death to America, and death to Israel. It's part of their ideology to destroy your country. And about the comparison that we are making, and I'm actually sick of hearing it in the propaganda and mainstream media, that people are making false comparisons between Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran. There is a contextual difference. In Afghanistan, people were not against Taliban. The United States attacked Afghanistan. In Iraq, people were not against Saddam Hussein when the United States attacked Iraq. Even now, Iraqi people are speaking highly about Saddam Hussein. But Iran's society, as I keep repeating it, Iran's society is a progressive, freedom-loving people. We want democracy, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, separation of religion from power, all those progressive values. So you cannot make that comparison. And for 26 years, we have been fighting with our bare hands with this regime. But we do not beg your support in any way, demand, and not just yours, the whole international community, because first of all, it is a humanitarian issue, and second, it is for the benefit of the global safety and security, because this regime is an extreme terrorist funding regime which are using our wealth, our oil, to fund terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah, Hamas, Hashd al-Sha'bi, Fatemiyun, Zainabiyun, Houthis in the Yemen. All those terrorist organizations are not only being funded by this regime, but also are being weaponized by this regime, and you cannot ignore that. And please, again, don't use that language to me, because if you repeat it, I will use the same language as you. It is in your own benefit to fight this regime and take the Iranian people's side, because Iranian people are the true friends of America. We don't hate America. Just as Iran.
Nobody gives a fuck about
this is the biggest funny thing I've ever heard. You're saying you want to bomb Iran to free the Iranian people, where masses of Iranis don't want to be bombed or have regime change. This is this same Bahawist and Israeli rhetoric you hear on Clubhouse for the last when Masa Amini happened. It's been happening forever. So the only thing that's changed is now, after multiple CIA attempts to overthrow the regime, and it still had support from the people, now what's happening is the Fifth Fleet is going to stand and bomb the crap out of Iran, take out Iranian leadership, and then what's going to happen is proxies and militias like the Kurds and the Baluch from Jundallah from the south, which has already been funded by CIA, is going to come break Iran into pieces. That's the reality. And there are people sitting here that are happy that this is going to happen. That's the sad thing. The nation is going to get destroyed.
Iran is not going to be broken into pieces. It has such a long history of being one.
There's not one unifying factor. The Azeris and the Kurds want their own independence as minority. The Sunni Baluch majority in the south, they want their independence. So what's going to happen?
Look,
Iran lives in its own bubble.
look, there are outside forces that do not want this to happen.
But it will not happen.
Look, the Turks don't want the Kurds to get independence because that'll put pressure on their Kurds. So they're going to prevent that from happening. Let's take the Azeris. If the Azeris joined on, they would disrupt the demographic profile of Azerbaijan because there's more Azeris in Iran than there are in Azeri proper. So that's going to mess up the current president. So he's not going to want that to happen. And hold on.
Sir, he's talking, sir. You're actually wrong. I'll just give you a fact. When Masa Amini riots started happening, Kurds were doing an armed rebellion in the north.
And if you look at the surveys at the time, they still wanted to be part of Iran. Like, if they didn't care, they wouldn't do anything. Like, they honestly, look, it has been such an integrated country for centuries. They're not about to break apart. It has the highest potential for balkanization, I grant you that, but it has the least likelihood to actually do so.
For instance, I'm an Azeri myself. I come from a city in Azeri parts of Iran, but we all love our homeland, Iran.
The president is Azeri. The president is Azeri right now. The president of Iran is Azeri. So if they didn't like the Azeris, he wouldn't be president. That everyone is included. It is this myth that everyone's just gonna like run their separate ways. No, it's just not gonna happen.
Can I have a mic, please?
Honestly, people like Velvet, the only reason they have a spot to talk in is because they hate Islam. That's the only reason. They're not.
This is a political discussion. This is nothing.
I won't deny that I'm not only Islamophobic, but I have Islamic trauma. We have suffered under Islam.
Nobody cares about that, though. That's the thing. Also,
you don't care. He has a right to feel that way. He has a right to feel that way. You can point it out, but like, whoa. You can point it out, and it's okay to point it out, but
I'm not done. Velvet, it's the United States that put Iran under sanctions for decades, and the reason why our economy is such a shithole, it's because of the United States. And
why did that happen? Why was it put under sanctions?
I think it was a cool thing to take a bunch of American citizens and hold them hostage. That was
a cool thing to call for the death of America and the death of Israel and to export terrorism.
Marco, 444 fucking days they held us hostage. You think that was okay? You think that was okay? God bless Ronald Reagan, man, for getting them out.
They were put under sanctions. I'm saying they were put under sanctions by the United States, and their economy went to shit.
Right. Maybe if they played nicely in the world community, they wouldn't have been put under sanctions.
It's fucking ridiculous. Velvet, you're fucking insane.
You're looking at one side of the equation. You know,
How many Americans died as a result of Iran? Shall we talk about all the Americans that died?
Bombs that went off in
Let's talk about Hezbollah. Let's talk about, let's see. We can go down to South America. We look everywhere where they funded Hezbollah. They funded Houthis. I mean, do you think that...
How many Iranians were wrongfully punished because of all that?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, the Iran, if they suffer due to sanctions, 100% of its responsibility is with the Islamic regime. Because first of all, it is the Islamic regime that desires to destroy Israel and ultimately desire the United States. That's first. And the second reason, the sanctions are irrelevant. Because no matter how much income this regime has,
you're stupid. That's their slogan for operating, okay? Otherwise, they hold no regional power. It's just a fucking slogan.
No, it's not just a slogan. It's not just a slogan. If it is, why do they fund Hashd-al-Shaabi, Qatar Hezbollah, the Hezbollah itself, Houthis? All those terrorists are in Syria. They were keeping
it's the only way they hold power in the region. It's the only way they operate in the region as a big player. Things like that. What are you talking about? Are you fucking dumb?
You are contradicting yourself. You're addicting yourself. So
how am I contradicting myself? I'm saying they use a slogan to exert influence in the region.
Not because that's policy to confront the United States in the region, because there is no way for them, for the technology that they currently have, to confront the United States in the U.S. soil itself with their ballistic missile. But the way they can confront the United States,
that's why it's just a slogan.
No, it's not just a slogan. They're simply confronting the other region by funding all those terrorist organizations. But my second point that before interrupted me that I wanted to make is that sanctions are irrelevant for the economic situation in Iran, because no matter how much income this regime has, it will use it for three purposes: its nuclear ambitions, ballistic missile program, and funding terrorist activities. Look, just 1 year ago, Hezbollah itself acknowledged, and also the Treasury Minister of the United States, I don't know what is his name, but American people know, can search whether they can fact check me, whether I'm true or not. Just during the past year, they have funded $1 billion, although the country is under financial misery. Even in this circumstance, they have funded $1 billion to Hezbollah, because that's part of their survival strategy, and they want to export terrorism to the world. They don't care about the welfare of Iranians. So sanctions are irrelevant, first. And second, it's not just about economy. Stop downplaying the Iranian people's desire to have a better future to just economic matters. It's not just about that. We want democracy. The so-called supreme leader, the dictator of Iran, Ali Khamenei, has been in power for 37 years, and he has absolute power over everything, and he has never been elected by us in that position. We, as a nation, demand democracy. We are not animals that we just care about food or water or have a roof on our head. We want democracy. We want dignity. Why it is so hard for you to understand that?
Can I say something, please? Hello?
Go ahead.
Is there a voice?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Regarding this claim about what you have said and the last person also said, so you talk about your perspective. You call the regime of Iran as a terrorist, and you didn't talk about what Israel did in Palestine, what USA did in Afghanistan, Iraq, and every this thing. You are angry or mad about Iran because it defend on the weak people.
Oh, wait. So Iran is okay because, are you kidding me, what you're saying?
Defending the...
Why don't we talk about, let's see, the England attacking France, or maybe the Danes coming in and the Vikings attacking? I mean, what other world events are so troublesome that it justifies Iran being the absolute pig that it is, in terms, and the IRGC attacking and wanting to kill Americans? So because there's been crises in the world before, we justify Iran? That's what you're saying?
No, I think he's saying it's laughable to think the United States would make Iran any better than what it tried to do with Afghanistan.
You have to bring out the real tourists.
The different issues. And Israel has nothing to do with this, so to bring that in just shows where his bias is, but keep going.
Okay, I have just a little bit.
Unless you want to talk about October 7th and the butchering and raping and murdering of innocent people at a concert.
Yes, what Israel did to the Palestinians, to the children.
Yeah, what happened to the children on October 7th and our friends that were murdered. You want to talk about that, shall we? Let's talk about our friend from Clubhouse that was shot down and murdered on October 7th. Should we talk about him? Or our other friend that was taken hostage? Would you like to hear about him?
Palestinians. What Hamas?
Yes, let's talk about what Hamas does to Palestinians. Thank you, Velvet.
Okay, no, wait. So you blame Iran to defend the weak people.
I blame Iran for taking its money and supporting its proxies like Hamas, like Hezbollah, that murders Americans. I blame the. Oh, really, Mako? I think you're just ignorant. I will dare defend the fact that. No, my dear, you're wrong.
Just a minute, please. Why don't talk about USA when it support Israel to kill?
Yeah, it should support Israel because Israel is an ally and it helps the United States with intelligence and it's a democracy. Unlike
Israel is a fucking belligerent state.
Mako, I think you're a belligerent asshole.
Not even for himself.
Trump just said that he supported that guy from Syria called Shah when he was in this guy was in ISIS, was in that terrorist groups, and he supported him. So why don't talk about this? Why don't talk about when USA supported ISIS to kill innocent people?
USA eradicated ISIS. Maybe you didn't read the news? You might want to read the news on that one.
So wait, Iran, their freedom in Iran more than USA.
Iran funds Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. Shall I repeat it over and over? As well as the dissidents in Iraq.
They do this because they believe
Hezbollah kills Americans.
And in addition, also
Hezbollah kills
people smuggling weapons in through Jordan into Judea and Samaria.
Into Jordan?
Let's talk about Hezbollah in Latin America. Would you like to know about the drug running that Iran is behind as well with Hezbollah? Or you just want to know about how many Americans were murdered by Hezbollah? Or maybe it's okay that Iran decided to try to kill American ambassadors and our president. That's okay. It's okay that IRGC wants to take out the U.S. president. You think that's cool? Do you? Do you think that's cool? Do you think that's okay? Yes or no? Assassinate our president. That they had a plot. Is that okay? Idiot.
Is it okay to want to kill the U.S. president? Yes or no?
Please try again.
Is it okay to want to try and kill the U.S. of A president? Yes or no?
People like Bella have their way.
Is it okay to want to kill the U.S. president? Stop interrupting, fuckhead. Is it okay?
He knows exactly what you're saying. He's just playing dumb. Which he is
dumb. It doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden. It doesn't matter if it's Trump or you retarded. Is it okay to kill the president? Is it okay to fuckhead? Is it okay to want to kill a president of the United States of America? Yes or no?
To kill Trump, yes.
Okay, you're retarded. Honestly, fucking dummy.
Well, I hope this app is monitored. I pray this app is monitored. They say they're doing it.
It is. And I just read a report too.
Wow.
Homeland Security, piece of shit. So, Mako, on to you. Is it okay to kill a U.S. president?
Suck my dick.
Okay, both you guys are dropping. Later. Fuckheads. You guys are such scumbags.
And there you have it.
Why do we give them airspace?
I don't know, but when you actually ask that question and they're boxed in and they give you their honest answer, it's frightening. But that's what's out there, and that's what's come on to social media. If you go on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, this is what you get.
Did you notice a lot of these terrorist supporters are all into like homosexual activities? They all want you to suck their pee-pees. Why is that? That's what they resort to right away.
No, women will do it.
A question right away. They're like, "Give me fellatio, give me head." Like, who does that?
People not getting it.
To point out, the suit that I'm wearing is Gucci. This is Lord Pepe. Is shopping in one of Abby's luxury Vegas casinos. The first time I went to Vegas, I stayed at the MGM for 2 weeks, and I went with about maybe $10K in the bank, and I think I left with like $1,200 in the bank.
Well, that would work out about.
Yeah, that's usually the way it happens. You should just write a check when you get there.
You know that after, what is it, 72? I remember how many hours, if we have you in the city, we're going to take your money. There's a statistic on it.
Yeah, it's just, you might as well just write a check. Unless you're going for the entertainment value, there's no way you're going to make money.
But you helped pay my mortgage, so thank you.
Yeah.
Hold on. What is this? Pepe's been cloned? There's 2 Pepes now?
Yeah, God forbid.
On the higher IQ, Pepe in a suit. Read it and wait, Pepe.
Suck it, Pepe.
Oh, God. No, 2 Pepes. Shit. Abby, go clone yourself. We need.
Where is there another Pepe? I didn't see a second Pepe.
Yeah, John's is Lord, and he's in the upper left, and Pepe's second row on the right.
Pepe, are you there?
Yes, Lord has Pepe's.
Yeah, I'm here. Quiet. He's unusually quiet.
Yeah, Lord has Pepe's picture. So, Abby, we need you to clone yourself so that we
Look how professional Pepe can look. Only if his demeanor was more professional, they didn't Tourette syndrome out with the N-word and other K-word, J-word, Z-word, profanity-laced, low IQ hate speech. If only he was in a suit and maybe working at a bank or somewhere and looking good, and everyone was like, look at that guy in a suit. You'd never know he was such a low IQ racist schmuck.
Amazing. He's probably one of the smarter people on the app, Lord. I hate to break the news to you.
Wearing the Gucci, he's wearing the Guido. Welcome back, everybody, to Ironic, where we've been listening to individuals discuss what could possibly be the regime change moment of the 2026, historical event. Because I got a history book here, and I was reading yesterday about how this British ship capsized from a U-boat attack, and 800 British soldiers lost their lives, and I was like, God. What a tragedy, You think about how many people that impacts. That's like, if each person who dies is 3 close people, that's 2,400 people destroyed, those relationships, super traumatic and, great tragedy. And so I'm just wondering, if the Iranian government is shooting protesters with machine guns in the streets and those piles of shoes are real, and they're just indiscriminately murdering people in the distance with rifles, that's pretty fucking crazy. And I gotta say, if I lived in a city like that and the police, and I saw it with my own eyes, and the police were indiscriminately murdering people from a distance with rifles, well, god damn, that's fucking crazy. There's repercussions for that, with the law. And attorneys and lawyers and other police and federal agencies and those people who murdered those people would be arrested, photographed, booked, put in the news, and there'd be repercussions for those murders. So
yeah, man, when your grandparents left you a good system, it's like that, Somebody come and support you from the system. But for ours, it's just systematically we get killed. There was the snipers involved also. Do you know the gun Dragunov? They have hit people with that, man. Imagine that. There is actually footage from Iran that they were like smoking meth before shooting people. There is actually the proof of that. I can send you the link.
They storm into hospitals and shoot, release fire to the injured protesters who were actually being treated by the doctors, and there are several footages and videos that the people and the protesters have been shot on their head while still they have medical instruments on their face. So it exactly showcases and proves that they have been shot in the hospitals. So doctors and nurses, several of them, a lot of them have testified for this. So yeah, you have no idea about the atrocities of this regime. Yeah.
But Velvet, were you just like expecting this kind of brutality. We have seen it like a few years before that. We know they're going to kill people, but even us, we were not expecting this much brutality from them. It's like we were shocked for a few weeks.
Exactly. So we as Iranians, we know the nature of this regime. So this is a regime that stones women for act of adultery. I can name lots of women that have been. Just imagine it. Just imagine how much brutality it takes. And Taliban also in Afghanistan have that practice. They stone women to death for act of adultery. So, for instance, Soraya Min, and there has been a movie actually for her. She has been stoned to death. So we know the brutality of this regime. They, blind people. I swear to my honor. Perhaps you can say, "What if you don't have the honor?" But I swear to whatever I hold dear. Personally, saw a woman 3 years ago during the Women Life Freedom Movement. I was on the streets, and back then I was in Iran 3 years ago, and I was protesting against the regime. Persis, I don't know whether you have lived in Iran, but I was in Argentina Square, right? I was with a woman.
I was born and raised there. It's just a few years old.
Okay, so the woman had been shot in her eye. The non-Iranians might not know that, but the regime intentionally shoots at protesters' eyes. I raised this point a few hours ago in this room, and I just asked everyone to go and see the substantiated statistic by the United Nations that during the Women Life Freedom Movement, over 500 protesters were shot intentionally in their eye, because that's part of the nature of this regime. They don't want to just kill you. They want to terrorize you and other protesters and make you as a lesson. Sorry, it might disgust you, but they also shoot at people's genitals, right? I don't know Persis whether Persis has seen the records.
My uncle works in a hospital, and he told me there were like 50 person got blinded there. And after they were doing this operation on the eye, these police officers, these intelligence officers were taking them to prison. And they were not even taking the antibiotics they were giving them. These guys, these guards, I don't know from which intelligence agency, there's a ton of them, But they were not even taking the antibiotics that they were giving them. Directly from
and not just in your
after
eye.
surgery.
Not just in your eye. Have you seen the evidence?
I'm just
the evidence
telling
that they have been shot in their genitals, in their sexual organs?
There is footage of that, that we cannot send the link here, but there is a Vahid online, I think. There is a lot of footage there.
In the Vahid online, exactly. So women have been shot in their sexual organs. So that's the nature of brutality. But as the Persis is saying, we know the nature of this regime. We shocked in this round of protests. And, then we hear someone like Arthur that, unfortunately, in a very disrespectful way, that's saying no, fuck off, and without me saying anything harsh to them, because we consider Americans and Israelis as our real friends, and we are allies, as opposed to any other country in the region, including Afghanistan or any other country. So I was a bit, annoyed by that remark. Given that trauma in our head.
One of my classmates got both of his eyes out. They had to take them out. It was like too many pallets in the face, and he's blinded now. It's just crazy. I haven't talked to him yet, but our friends said that both of his eyes are gone. Like I've been thinking about a solution how to fix this. There isn't any. Like, you wanna just do something for a person, but at this point, both of the eyes are gone. I have no idea what to do,
Exactly. Let me put a link. I will search it for it. The name of the people who had been blinded regime during the Women Life Freedom Movement. But by the way, again, for non-Iranians, the woman life freedom movement started because a woman named Mahsa Jina Amini got murdered in custody of the so-called morality police because she had not worn enough hijab. So that's the nature of this regime. They imprison women for not wearing enough hijab. So when Mahsa Amini got killed, the people across the four corners of the country took to the streets and chanted against the regime. And so it showcases how progressive Iranians are, and they are fighting for women's rights, for instance, as opposed to other Muslims in the region that they don't care about women's rights. So for instance, in Afghanistan, Taliban precludes women, to go, even little girls, to go to the schools. But, Iranian society is a very progressive society. But during that round of protest, I will put a link that you can see the people who have been substantiated by the United Nations, that they have been shot in their eye. They have been blinded. And you can see the evidence there.
Most of the women, after they detained them on 8th and 9th January, they were seeing them as, it's horrible. They were seeing them as slaves in this Islamic rules and stuff. It's normally practiced not just the people of your own country. When somebody is Muslim, they have raped them so much. Most of them, after that, they were killed. That in this cemetery, when the families were going to take the bodies, they were saying, no, we have to open the uterus. They were taking the uterus out because there was evidence inside. It's just, even us, I was beaten before in Iran. I got injuries back in home, but I wasn't expecting this much. I just hope they see the fucking justice in a few days. It's just, it has been 2 months. Nothing has happened yet. But I just hope that they see the fucking justice someday soon.
John, get over it. The chat on the group is disabled, but I sent the link to Lord to your to your direct message, so you can perhaps share it in the groups. So that's
John. Yeah, what is it, Blessed? When do you think? Okay, hold on. 2-part question. Do you think USA and Israel is going to attack Iran, and when do you think it'll happen?
I don't know. I mean, they're probably observing them and trying to, figure out, because this is all high-level negotiations taking place. So you never know. They could have some type of breakthrough, negotiation. You never know. It's just so hard to predict because, that statement, rumors of war, it's like a mind virus. And, but when it happens, I remember when October 7th happened, I think on October 8th, I was at the dentist, and my dentist is Jewish, and I was, it was it was very sad, but I said to the dentist, I was like, those fuckers are going to find out what JDAMs are. And he's like, what's a JDAM? I was like, it's a bunker buster. They're going to fucking level Gaza over this. That's it. They have opened up Pandora's box by attacking the Supernova Fest, killing all these innocent people and taking hostages. Imagine if they didn't take hostages, and it was just I guess you don't do a raid unless you're actually trying to take hostages as well. But anyways, all I'm saying is, in this reality, war is the status quo. It's not the other way around. However, even though we know that, we meditate on peace because you never know, because history is full of situations reversing with just the touch of a feather. It didn't take much, apparently, to prevent, horrific bloodshed. So there's always breakthrough moments, but there's also breakthrough bombs, and terrorism sucks. And in my opinion, the Iranians don't have it in them. To me, they're pretty smart and wise, and they have been taken over by a mind virus. And if they were smart, they would find a way to essentially access the wisdom of Rumi and find an equilibrium and a balance. But when war crimes are happening, it's, this is wild. So we'll see what happens. It's possible that there's higher levels of intelligence in Iran that can prevent internal bloodshed and external conflict. It's possible. Those things are possible.
Thank you, John. Do you got time for 60 seconds of Tanya?
You, Rabban Shalom, have your Tanya nearby. Because there are followers of the Rebbe who say Rabban Shalom some street news. If you don't know what you're doing for Purim, you might not want to go to Iran and look for Mordecai or Haman or Ahasuerus. How do you say that guy's name? The king of Iran back then? What's his name? Ahasuerus, or how do you say it?
English people
Cyrus the Great.
call him Cyrus, but in Persian we call him Kurosh. In Persian it is pronounced Kuro, but in English you would call him Cyrus.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mordecai whooped his executive's ass, right? What was the bad guy's name? Haman, Tashin.
That was a few centuries after that. That's right.
He made a cookie out of him, put him in a triangle.
Yeah, he made a human.
He took a little piece of apricot, stuck it in a cookie, and then, do you guys know the story of Mordecai and how he, beat Cyrus and his?
I would love to hear it. I'm not lying. I would love to hear it.
No, it wasn't Cyrus actually. This story happened a few centuries after that.
Ribono Shalom, there are those who say that Mordecai can teach us everything we need to know about how to defeat the terrorists in Iran, or the killers, or the assassins.
I have no idea, but I will be happy to listen. What's the story? Well, I know it's located. Their tomb is located in Hamadan, inside Iran. That was King Darius, not Cyrus the Great.
King Darius. But Haman it's actually a very funny story, because you think Mordecai is like this amazing prophet and really nice guy, but he even makes fun of Haman to his face and double insults him, kicks him. Haman helps put Mordecai on a horse or something, and then Haman kicks him. It's just so funny. It was because no matter what Haman does, he's screwed. But he's also a prick attempting to assassinate Mordecai. So it's who's the asshole here, Mordecai or Haman? Haman's trying to fucking assassinate him. You can at least.
Haman is the asshole. Yeah, the prime minister is the asshole.
Well, some people don't read books anymore, but in the back of a book, sometimes they have what's called an index of names and subjects, or what could be called a glossary. So we're going through and looking for Mordecai. And Mordecai is not an anagram for Mordick. Mordecai. Here we go. Book of Esther, 15253. 15253. Here we go. The promotion of Haman. After these things did King Ahasuerus promote Haman. Promoted him! That's in Esther 3:1. Rabbi Levi said Haman was promoted only for his downfall. Why then bother to promote him? The answer will be provided by the parable of a common soldier who cursed the king's son. The king said, if I put the scoundrel to death, everyone will say, the king has executed a common soldier. I will first promote him and then execute him. So he made him a tribune, then a general, and after that he cut off his head. Likewise, the Holy One said, should Haman be put to death when he sank so low as to advise Ahasuerus to stop the building of the temple? No one will know who he is. Let him therefore be promoted and then be hanged. So he first set his seat above all the princes. Esther 3:1. And after that, they hanged Haman. Esther 7:10. This shows how the enemies of the Holy One become great only as a prelude to their downfall. And so Scripture says, though the wicked bloom, they're like grass. Though all evildoers blossom. Psalms 92. What follows at the end of the verse, it is only that they may be destroyed forever. Similarly, it is said, he exalts the nations, then destroys them. It's the promotion of Haman. Haman. Ham and an ant. A man ham. Well, it looks like we've exhausted the room for the day. Looks like we did another mitzvah for the Lord. This is Lord King Pepe in the Clown House Adventure. I don't want to have to run it all day. I want to go to the gym and have a nice dinner. What do you say? It's the Lord King Pepe way here on Clown House, the adventure. So it looks like all of my accounts I'm the only one left. The show's over, apparently. I'm all alone. So we're going to play a little music. This has been another Lord Pepe production in the Lord King Pepe Clown House Adventure Room, starring your Lord Pepe. Lord Pepe. So just remember, everybody, the law of the strong, this is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that, and no other shall say. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. Man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will. Oh, my friend the Sheikh is here. To drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will, to burp as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. a lot like the sea. I see the golden man in the way you lie, in the way you stand. Not some halo, not some distant sky, just a quiet grace. It's if I get lost, if I lose my way, teach me the heart of God in a hymn. Teach me the heart of God in a hymn. You said wisdom is no man's hand. Joy is a child born in pain. Beauty is your love, peace is breathing through the ache and the strain. Knowledge is a quest you still can't pass. Courage is a travel to take the stand. Morals are the lines that you draw in the sand. Virtue is what you got when you got nothing left. I see the end of the golden age in the way you look, in the way you say. Not some halo, not some distance, just a quiet grace. If I get lost, if I lose my way, teach me the heart of God. Character's a promise from midnight. Perfection is a crack. All these broken pieces on the table turn to something holy. Call me friend. I see the end of the golden age in the way you look, in the way you speak. Not some hate,
Every step, every breath held inside your kindness. You're not asking me to impress. You call this beat, breaking heart. Some chase, fish that, I keep chilling. You're right. I still can't figure out. You're always done. You're inside my head. Can't show this. You're the beauty in a love. Get peace. It's not a chance. You're the color. Take my strength. You're the rain that will lose count. You're the blood. Never fall. You're the elements of my life. Flawless statue, but a heart that learns to stay when it's hard to offer mercy. Still in grace. Little cracks in my head, coffee stain on my white shirt. Still I'm tracing every step for a hint of how we were. I keep tripping on my wrist, still I down. Your body, lines I You have to borrow from my normative framework as I know it to like instantiate something like freedom or rights. That like you would just have a different way of doing it. I would say that's like granted by God, but I'm asking like what would you say that's ingratiated or granted by?
Well, it's granted by us ultimately. I mean,
so the state of affairs are completely contingent on what the meaning of freedom is, and that can change. So like freedom is just like optional at the end of the day in your worldview. So then it's not even an argument. It's not even an argument that you like your beliefs in freedom. Like you can't even instantiate them because it's circular. Like no offense, I'm not trying to be rude.
I mean, yeah, it is circular that, it is in our best interest to be able to be free, that free agents do desire to be free. It is circular. But essentially it's like, it seems to me that you're stuck with a circle, whether it is that a God exists or does not exist, but either way, it's either God does value our freedoms as individual agents or he doesn't.
Well, the reason why it's not the same is because like I'll go from a top down or a down up and reverse engineer either which way, and then I'm just going to get up at like God at the foundation of that. Now you can reject that and say not God, but then I'm going to ask you like what in the not God worldview is going to like instantiate this value that you have. Why is it valuable, and why do you get to manifest it and express it in this way? What would be the foundation of that?
Where free agents should benefit from the ability to be able to make choices.
Yeah, but you don't even know if we're free, if we're like literally locked into like this closed system of like if you just get 1% more, like the 51% versus the 49%, I mean, is that really freedom? Then you have the issue. One second. Then you have the issue of like the induction fallacy, like on the secular humanist worldview, where if you're using statistics and science and sense data, gathering like hypothesis, you do come up with new ideas, but then you don't get enough time to test them. You can end up with like an induction fallacy, and usually like one of the examples I point
is the COVID issue, like locking people in their houses and forcing them to take vaccines.
Yeah. So, I mean, are you suggesting that, we can't have any sort of discussions about where do our freedoms begin? Like, what are the, the basis by which, what are the limits to what we can do? What is it that our freedoms allow? Because essentially, you have one side of the debate that is, or at least it seems to be on both sides of the debate. Both of them are arguing from freedom. One of it is freedom of individuals' right to not die, to not be subjected to a disease. Any other person.
This is the challenge of trying to have like one side saying, I don't have a foundation for a moral framework, and then you have another one that does, and that can explain normativity better than the other can. So it becomes a problem of, like, don't atheists and secular humanists interdepend on, like, Christian benevolence to just not wipe them out? Just on the sole basis that they can't tell you what instantiates a right, how they believe in it, because they don't believe in anything. And it's like, well, now you have to interdepend, because it's like, why would I believe you? For in other words, like, why would I believe that you think you're a free person when you can't even tell me why? You're just claiming, well, because I'm an agent, circular reasoning, like, that doesn't tell me anything at all.
I just admitted that it's circular, that we value freedom as agents that are rationally self-interested. So, I mean, if you think that that's, if you want to say that that's like a gotcha ultimately, but to me, I think if you want to do that, then I think you've essentially, I think really
it's not gotcha. I think that's actually kind of sad from a Christian perspective. But the thing that's interesting is like why, like the thing is like, why ought I believe you is like now the problem, right? And then the people you call literally crazy that believe in a magic sky daddy that like they hallucinate Jesus, they think they get the Holy Spirit by it. It's kind of strange that we actually have like a foundation of good reasoning, instantiations behind it, and these are things that are just not invented. And like in my view, I think that you as a person, whether you believe in God or not, deserve dignity and to be treated with respect and human rights in the same way that I treat other Christian people. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I understand that, and I mean, we have a pretty good sociobiological explanation for why is it that we do value that specifically. Now, you might say that, God is the person who directed that or things like that. You may not accept, that has to me yet to be seen ultimately. Is that to me, I think it's evident though from our biology that we have that it's not something that simply adding God is really just adding an unnecessary step is what I'm saying.
Okay, so like when you remove that step, then you have nothing objective thereby to adhere to. And secondly, when you talk about like,
if I can interject here. I mean, this is kind of the thing. I always hear the term like objective. I don't see why essentially we have to like debate about whether or not morality. Like, why can it not just be morality? Like, why does it matter? Basically,
I'll tell you why. Because in order for us to have a conversation right now, for us to determine what's contradictory, what's not, and what we're identifying, and what it can be and what it can't be, you have to use logic objectively. You have to agree that there's some kind of objective truth of some kind and it exists.
Well, second, so
wait, let me finish. No, dude, you have to let me finish.
You're moving on to something that's completely different. I just want to address it.
No, just answer the question.
I was talking about morality, not logic, not truth. Because those are two completely different things from morality. So can we please stick on morality?
Well, you don't realize it, but for us to have tangible conversation, right? We have to agree that with the three laws of logic, right? I mean, yeah, and that's objective, correct? Okay. On my view, I'm going to say God instantiates that, therefore I can start taking these relational, personal, revelatory claims and start applying them prescriptively. Like I would have reasons for that. Now, when I ask you if it's not that, then what is it? You're not going to have no basis of saying it's all objective. It's all purely subjective on your basis, and then language becomes selective and preferential. Even the normative framework becomes preferential, and yeah.
Okay, so anyways, essentially, logic is something that we ourselves created, and I know you might say, well, then what basis? And the reason is because, it works, or at least according to our thought pattern, it's something that does work, but it's not something that, is like fixed as a universal absolute. It's something that, that's purely descriptive, because that's just the way that our thoughts work. It's like, and it's why logic, has changed ultimately. And that's kind of why really I wonder if you really want to make God the arbiter of, our moral our cognitive faculties, when we know how faulty it is, essentially, because that essentially means that God is responsible for creating a faulty system.
Yeah, but this is kind of like, let's back up a little bit, because you were saying biological and sociological things tell you what exactly?
Yeah, they tell us about essentially how our moral intuitions forms. Why is it that we value, justice? Why is it that we value the dignity of other human beings? And we see that specifically is that if we create a society in which if we don't value our kin, we're going to cease to exist as a social species. That we're not going to flourish.
Show me where that emerged in evolutionary theory.
If we want to talk about this, Derry, do you really want to divert to a lecture about sociobiology?
You have an unbroken chain of evolution, and people who, let's just say organisms that fight for survival, and they always want the best mate to have the strongest kin. So it's not about protecting the kin, so to say. It's for survival. That is the.
Okay, so do you know of any species in which essentially they can function, in which it's okay for you to kill your own kin?
Cats, dogs, animals do this all the time.
Really? So
yeah, they do. There are dozens of species of cats that don't even depend on their kin to survive.
So piranhas, you see them eating each other all the time.
Do I have to take the colloquial use of what I'm saying here and narrow it down heavily? Is there something you're having trouble understanding?
Well, yeah, because I understand it's it happens, but usually those people, those species, it's tags as if the species is okay with it happening when it goes against how is it that they're going to survive then if the species is going to be okay with them killing their own young?
I'm just saying they're built more so for survival, not to care about their kin.
Well, that's just, to me, if you look at sociobiology, there's essentially animals put a lot of investment into their young, ultimately. It's not just innate to humans.
after an accomplishment. When you can truly love. When you can see. Content with any offering, any craving, any climate, or any society that is dying. When you can take. Dying to self, killing your ego, and living in the perfect imitation of Christ and Mary. When you are forgotten or neglected, and you don't hurt with the insult, but your heart is happy. That is dying to self. When your advice is disregarded, your opinions ridiculed, and you refuse to let anything go. And take it all in patience. Love itself. Love is dying to self. There is order, irregularity, fineness, and only the door that keeps it. And it's dying to self. When you never care to refer to yourself, the conversation or record your own good works or ask for praise after an accomplishment. When you can't truly love the people. When you can see your brother, you can't honestly rejoice. That is dying. When you are content with any food, any offering, any raiment, any climate or any society that is dying to self. When you can take correction, when you can humbly submit inwardly as well as outwardly, with no rebellion or resentment rising within your heart. That is dying to self. Frequent confession is the cause of great good to the soul, because it purifies and heals it and confirms it in the service of God. We ought not therefore to omit confession on our next days or any business whatsoever, but go to confession first, and to business afterwards, and the first will help the last. Confession. We ought to persuade ourselves to find Jesus Christ in the person of our confessor. Jimmy Tan really detached from the world, and I have the heart to believe I can convert the world the best. He who communicates often has a called down price for a good fruit. The fruit of humility, the fruit of patience, the fruit of all the virtues. Penitence, I'm not to go to confession for temporal and We get armed and the like. We hardly know the calendar person. Notwithstanding that it forgets all the virtue that the Holy Spirit sent to relate. Superiors here to the face pain, and evil despise if they're alive. God, if it disobeys me, if the servant of God will be more security. There's so many snares scattered in every place. He should have a blessed lady as his mediatrix with her son. I'm a sick man, may desire to get well. Provided he feels that desire always with the nip and please God. If it is good, come on, don't know what you do. Good things in health with sickness is just wrongdoing. Tendency just a lot of ask God to give us patience. Because it often happens that when a man gets well, he not only does not do the good he proposed to do when he was sick, but he multiplies his sin. Blind rat, which always stays in the ground and eats earth and hollows it out, but is never satisfied with it. So is the avaricious man or woman. 12 penitents should never make vows without the advice of their spiritual father. If we do make such vows, it is best to make them conditionally. Masses said on that Lucy's day with this bargain. If I can, if I do not forget it, because if I do not remember it, I do not wish to be bad. I do not wish to be bad. He ought not to do so because he is moved by an attachment to the thing, but from one and necessity, for it will never do it by attachments. 15 certain little voluntary attachments of self-love must be cut through, and then we must get round them and then remove the earth till we get down deep enough to find a place where they are rooted and coexist together. Be ready to endure and do a virtuous motive, be mortified by others, and you always comprehend to be in battle with others and regarded and driven away as an infinity. Fight with us in order to vanquish us. Seek to deny us and not to recall just like contact and rivalries. Because while we are fighting with each other, he comes and conquers us. It makes us more securely his own. 18, he who does not think so. First, God said, oh, love, what kind of love is this? Love said to me, this is not.
by your hand and bring you to myself. I have come to shine your way as you walk this path. I will make you guiltless, I will make you fearless, and I will place you in the brightest point in the universe. I have come so spring to your field of friends, so I can hold you by my side and embrace you tight. To take you by the hand, bring you to myself. To shine your way as you walk this path, like the cry of waters. I will help you reach the roof of heavens, from the dust of the earth to a human being. There are 1,000 steps, I've been with you through these steps. I have held your hand, walked by your side, and I will be with you as you move beyond this human and soar to the highest heaven. Have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I have come to shine your way as you walk this path. I will make you guiltless, I will make you fearless, and I will place you the brightest point in the universe. I have come like the breeze of spring to your field
they made you moderator?
When you dance, the whole universe dances. All the realms spun around you in endless celebration. Your soul loses its grip. Your body shuts. Hearing my hands clap and my drum beat, you begin to move. once more. Love is pouring, and my walls. Once more, it's the night of the fourth. It is time for madness. All my immense knowledge cannot help me now. Insomnia took my patience, brainwashed away. Like the way a garden burns in 100 shades of orange. A lover's heart shrivels for a sense of the beloved. Now the face is like love now. Jupiters are dancing in the moonlight. My love business is moving, but don't credit the consultants. I have come with the consultants and the pundits. They call you Jafar the imposter. You are my child. My eyes. Once more, rise.
This is a gathering. This is a gathering. This gathering. There is no high, no low, no small, no ignorant, no special assembly, no grand discourse, no proper schooling required. There is no master, no disciple. This gathering is more like a drunken party full of tricksters, fools, madmen, and mad women. This is a gathering.
yourself everything that you want. You are already that. It's a night. It is the creation of eternity. It is not an ordinary night. It is a wedding of those who seek unity. Speaking one tongue. Tonight, the bridal chamber is looking particularly bright.
My face free of sorrow, my mouth full of wine, my clothes torn, my body done to me. That's what I do. I tear away the layers. I melt the shame unreal. He moves too fast. One breath he is outside the window. Next breath he is inside my shirt. I can't think clear. My mind is not. He is always there is new life in me. There's a man in heavens cannot contain him, but he is here, moving up my chest. I want I do what I want now. I am yours. Lay behind. Don't touch my strings anymore. I'm you down. I'm in you. I cannot be one moment. I cannot be one body. I was only being. But look at me now. I've got you now. My face free of sorrow, my mouth full of wine, my clothes torn off my body. Look what you've done to me now. He says that's what I do. I take away the years, I melt the shame. I reveal the unrevealed. He moves too fast. One breath he is outside the window. Next breath he is inside my chest. I can't think clear. Question. Tell me this, down below. No, you are treating me this way. Love does it to me. Yes, it does. Just be told to me. Total silence. Pure and considerate, self-control, living by heedful fame, greatly increased. Knowing that this body is just understanding it's like breath. Cutting off modest flowers with tears. What should be of death's understanding is like a Training knows this earth and the realm. Together with the gods, the trainee will reflect on the well-taught verse of dawn. As a good man reflects. Just like says me so. Before long has passed by, this fall you and I rejected without conscience, just like a useless piece of
Hey John, you busy? Hey John, are you busy? Hey John, are you busy? Yo John, are you busy?
somewhere I'm from the bombs of fire. To see and very certain and flitting wherever it will. The same future the God in mind brings happiness. Hearts. To subdue flights where every wind strength is good. Our strength brings happiness. For the mind that is difficult to subdue, flight, fleeting, where restraint, a restrained mind brings happiness. Heartbeat echoes down the hall. Inhale stars, exhale night. Wrap yourself in electric light. Take the deepest breath of the day.
gonna go to the CIA documents. Where's the Western propaganda right now?
So how is it
The West, look, you just fucked up.